joining us this evening. As the board has moved to in-person meetings for our monthly gatherings, please note that committee meetings of the RTD Board of Directors will still be held remotely via Zoom and will be audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meetings, will be posted as soon as practical on the board's website. Visit rtd-denver.com, and a live stream of this meeting is also available via RTD's YouTube page. During tonight's meeting, we're also providing communication access real-time translation, also known as CART. Anyone who would like to access this service should send an email to the RTD board office at rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com, and a link will be provided. Additionally, the CART transcript can be automatically translated into Spanish for anyone who would like access to a live transcript of this meeting in Spanish. Director Banker, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Director Busick, would you please read out the land acknowledgement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The RTD Board of Directors acknowledges that the land on which our buses and trains operate is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and other contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to these lands. We honor our indigenous elders who have traveled, inhabited, and stewarded these mountains, hills, and plains throughout generations. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of inequity of the Native and all historically oppressed peoples, and recognize their current and future contributions in the district as we move forward.
Thank you very much, Director Busick. I will now call the roll. Treasurer Banker.
Present.
Director Busick.
Here.
Director Catlin.
Here.
Director Chandler.
Present.
Director Geisinger.
Here.
Director Guchenritter.
Here.
Director Guzman.
Present.
Director Harwick.
I'm here.
Director Larson.
Here.
Secretary Nicholson.
I am here.
First Vice Chair O'Keefe.
I'm here.
Director Pagliari.
Present.
Director Risha. No Director Risha. Second Vice Chair Whitmore.
Present.
And I am present as well. As 14 present, 1 absent, we do have a quorum. There are no retirees for this evening. First quarter retiree awards will be announced at the March 25th Board of Directors meeting. Next is our public participation period, which is open to anyone who'd like to address the board. As we both have in-person and remote attendees, in-person comments will go first, followed by those who are participating remotely. For those attending in person, please come up to the podium when your name is called. If you're not already signed up to speak and would like to do so, please approach the podium when I call for any additional speakers. For those attending virtually, if you wish to speak and have not already done so, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Staff will unmute you when it is your turn to speak. If you're dialed in, press *6 to toggle your mute settings. Please bear in mind that by participating in this process, you are being recorded. If you do not wish to be recorded, then your comments will have to be submitted in writing. If any speaker has documentation or reference materials for the board, or if any member of the public would like to submit written comments, please email those materials to the board at rtd.directors@rtd-denver.com. During this time, the board will not offer any direct comments or responses. However, if you'd like to be contacted regarding your public comment, please email the RTD board office at rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com. Speakers should begin their remarks by stating their names and will have up to 3 minutes to provide their comments. I want to acknowledge the large number of people who have taken the time to join us this evening for public comment. Everyone who signs up to speak will have an opportunity to be heard. To ensure that we're able to hear from everyone in a timely manner, I encourage those who speak to be concise and to focus on sharing your unique perspectives, specific examples, or new information. So we will, as addressed, we'll be going with the folks who signed up. And our first speaker for tonight is going to be Frank Acosta. If you'd please come up to the podium, state your name, you may proceed.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Frank Acosta. I am an operator, bus operator, working out of the Boulder Division. I am here to introduce myself to all of you so you know what you're getting out of this package. Since I've been here, I've worked for 6 years. Okay. The skill sets that I bring to this company, a lot of them were learned as I was growing up and getting older. I served my military, served in the military in the United States Marine Corps as a combat veteran. I learned loyalty. I learned how to work together with people. I have this protective nature, which I definitely need on the bus. I have been a victim of attempted assault, I would put it that way. So I'm able to defend myself. I'm able to protect my passengers. I'm able to move them and make them feel safe on the bus rather than feel claustrophobic or worried about the things they hear on the news and radio. I'm concerned, I am concerned right now about some of the things I'm hearing during our contract negotiations. And I just wanted to ask or make a statement that what I heard was what RTD's afraid of insulting or hurting the feelings of the salaried employees versus what we're asking for in our raises. I want to say I'm a different animal as opposed to people that are on the boards, working in offices, creating policy. I believe I am the front line. I am your buffer to the public out there. And I will make you proud, but I want to be appreciated for what I do. And I don't see that in what I'm hearing about the negotiations. So that's the most important thing about me. I'm a proud member of Local 1001. I've always been a union member all my life. I've stood on picket lines where people have crossed and didn't pay any attention. So I am loyal to my union, and loyal to my colleagues. And I will be loyal to RTD as long as we get the job done. And,
Thank you, Mr. Costa, for service and
I'm sorry, I kind of choked here. I had a whole lot to say, but you can't get it done in 3 minutes. So I'm trying to pick out the best stuff for you
Thank you.
guys to hear. All right?
thank you, Mr. Acosta. Next up, we have Pat Ranigan, and apologies for any mispronunciations.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Patrick Ranigan. I came to this company on October 13th of 2023. I had struggles over the years working for different companies. I felt like I never really fit in. I just felt like an outsider. But ever since I came to this company, that all changed when the instructors who trained me on the operations of the bus and everything else helped me work through my hard times of learning, because I was always a slow learner in school and I struggled to learn new things. They helped me to understand the train cards, which helped me work efficiently. The thing that it's always on the back of my mind is struggling to make ends meet. A better competitive pay would probably help a lot of people out, and also better security for all the drivers out there, and better better way of life for everybody that works for this company. This company has been remarkable in working with me on a lot of things, and I feel like this company is like a big part of my life, and I feel like this company is part of my family, and this job is important to me, and I take the operation of that bus very seriously, and I take keeping everybody safe on that bus very seriously. Anything that affects the operation of that bus becomes my business. And if I feel the need to do so, I will request assistance or shut the bus down for whatever reason that may affect the operation of that bus. It's a huge responsibility to take on. And I just want to let the board know that to make a really good choice on the wages for the operators and the mechanics that keep the buses running and keep this company going. And also like to give my personal thanks to everybody that's helped me through hard times and through difficult times of the training part. And I can't express my gratitude enough to show my true appreciation for what everybody has gone through to get me this far. I just want to also let everybody know that I appreciate all their hard work that they do, including the board members here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat, and thank you for your service. Next on our list, we have Bill Pellichoud.
Good day, good evening. Thank you for permitting me to participate in this dialogue. My name is William Pellichoud. Mostly my friends call me Bill, some call me Wild Bill. I've been driving RTD buses since 2012, now almost 15 years. I love my job. It has its challenges, one of which is my alarm clock every morning at 1:30. That's a challenge. I get up every morning. Offsetting any challenges, my job also has rewards. One of which is a smile and a thank you from my passengers when they disembark from my bus. Little challenges and rewards that stretch together and make a life, a good one. I'd like to speak with you today about a living wage. What is a living wage? The living wage is a calculation of the funds that are necessary for a single working adult to live comfortably in a certain area of the country. To live comfortably means to be able to afford life's basic necessities like food, housing, and healthcare. Maybe to have a small allowance budgeted for relaxation and recovery. Maybe to have a small allowance for savings. To live comfortably in Colorado in 2024, this living wage has been calculated to be $49.60 per hour. That's what it takes to live comfortably. That's a number from the Denver Gazette, their issue on April 17, 2024. This living wage is more than my wage at RTD. Establishments that pay a living wage see reduced turnover, a drop in absenteeism, reduced overtime hours, and reduced job training, among other benefits, like happier and healthier employees with reduced stress in their lives. I'm but one member of ITD's highly skilled and dedicated workforce. We are a team. And I thank you, members of the board, members of the RTD leadership team, and members of ATU, for your confidence in me to work every day to do my best and do my part to further RTD's mission of safe and efficient public transportation. I trust my union negotiating team to do its best to make my life in Colorado low stress and affordable. My desire is to stay in this job, to excel in this job, and to feel that I am valued by RTD. My union is now asking for a wage increase that's less than a living wage. So budgeting and compromise and some financial discomfort will continue to be a part of my life, even after we reach agreement for a new working contract. Please, let's move in the direction to take good care of all of our team members during these dynamic times in Colorado. Let's do our best to minimize any work-related stress that's within our power and to take good care of each other.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you for your comments, and thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Christina Molina.
Hello, I'm Christina Molina. I'm a bus operator in Boulder. Good evening, RTD Board of Directors. My employee number is 22806. I have been a proud operator at RTD for 6.5 years. I have overcome many challenges at this job through some of the most trying times. I worked through the COVID pandemic, continuing to serve the community through my entire pregnancy, right up to the day I gave birth to my pandemic baby. During this time, RTD laid off about 250 union brothers and sisters due to hardships of COVID. Meanwhile, I got to keep my job. Through the snow apocalypse in 2021 that snowed everyone in, yet we were still out there. Navigated the heartache of the Boulder King Soopers mass shooting while working the skip route that passes right by there. Don't get me wrong, I am not complaining. I value my job and take immense pride in what I do on a daily basis. Regardless of how much I enjoy the role I play in helping our community, it comes with challenges, ones that only those of us on the front line truly understand. No amount of training can prepare you or teach you to handle these types of situations. They're learned and endured through experience. Over my entire career at RTD, I've witnessed things I could never have imagined. Frontline workers like me deal with assaults, exposures to drugs, overdoses, indecent exposures, sexual harassment, verbal abuse, death threats, biohazards like urine, feces, repulsive odors, blood, and other bodily fluids. When these situations arise, there's no guarantee of immediate help. Response times vary, and at times, we're left to fend for ourselves, which can lead to unemployment from RTD. Apart from the workplace environment, outside of work, I'm a single mother striving to build a better future for my child. Yet with the current economy and the rising cost of living in Colorado, RTD's contract offer to increase wages will not be enough to keep pace with inflation over the next 3 years. It's disheartening. I often ask myself, does RTD value me and the other frontline workers who show up every day, ensuring our passengers reach their destinations safely and in a timely manner? The low wage increase suggests otherwise. It's hard not to question if this job is worth enduring the daily struggles we face. Without us, there is no RTD. With that said, there's a saying, if you take care of your own, they will take care of you. Sadly, that is not the case today. Today, I am just a number in RTD's eyes, employee number 22806. My name is Christina Molina. It is nice to meet you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker for tonight is Sam Mertens.
Good evening, and my name is Sam Martins. Weird spelling. I'm here because I want you guys to understand that I'm someone who has been with RTD for almost 10 years. I work in the training department. I help train the new RTD employees coming in, the new people driving the buses. I can't tell them what every day we go through. I know what I went through for the first 5 years. I worked 6 days a week, 365 days a year. I missed time with my child, my family. I worked 10, almost 12 hours, got home, had to turn around and do it all again. There wasn't considered a day off. The one day I got, I had to go grocery shopping, had to make sure all the bills were paid, do the laundry, be prepared for my next day of work. Now we have got we get those 2 days off, but it's still, even with our pay, it's not enough. I have to determine whether I'm going to make sure we have groceries in the house or the rent's going to be paid. I should not have to be that with RTD. It's a wonderful job. I love what I do, and I don't want to lose it. I probably speak for a few people who are here. We all would like to see a good increase. If it's not complete with the cost of living, something that will make life a little bit more manageable. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you for your service. Our next speaker for this evening is John Prather. John Prather.
Hello, I'm John Prather. I'm a facilities maintenance mechanic electrician working out of the Platte Division. I am a highly skilled worker. I have been in the electrical trades for 39 years, 20 of those here at RTD. I've seen over the years that we have struggled to fill the positions within our group with qualified and skilled workers. I think if you asked management right now, they would tell you, well, the group that I'm in, they would say that, well, we're close to fully staffed. So what do you mean? I would say that some of those workers that are qualified probably will not stay for a long time. They will find employment elsewhere. I found a home here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay. Another thing that management won't tell you if they tell you that our group is fully staffed is that I know that recently the entrance exams or the test to see if somebody is qualified for this position, they've lowered the standards for that. So now we have, fully staffed in our department perhaps, but we're not attracting the quality people that we used to. So I'm just here to ask for good living wages. And if you want to attract and keep qualified mechanics and operators, you need to pay a better wage. And this is kind of the direction. The last contract that we had went a long ways towards that. We had a good contract. I think most of us were happy with it. We brought up the retirement from some of our members that weren't up to full retirement. That went a long ways towards maintaining a quality workforce, but we need to keep that going, right? And we're highly skilled. We're the people that make sure the lights are on in this building and that it's heated and it's cooled. The people in my group are the ones that maintain the hoists that hold up a 40,000-pound bus that a mechanic has to stand underneath. So we're just, we just want you to know who we are and what we do. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, John. Our next speaker is M.A. Baldwin. So my apologies.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Michael Anthony Baldini. I'll be working about 10 years now. And I just want to let everybody know, first of all, I want to give credit to all my ATU 1001 brothers for showing up today. You're the guys that make RTD work. Without us, we don't roll. So anyway, I just want to, I'll be real quick. Just give us a fair living wage. I'm easy, 7, 7, and 7, 777s. That's all we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you for your service. Our next speaker for tonight is Jason Livingston.
Good evening, I'm Jason Livingston. I don't know what I can say to compare to everybody else's words, but my personal experience is that due to financial hardships during COVID, compounded by the skyrocketing cost of living, I've had to work 7 days a week for several months straight just to make ends meet. And sometimes it seems like if I can't get any extra work that I fall behind. I'm constantly playing catch up on bills and things of that nature. But, my daughters expect me home every day. They get excited when I come home. And sometimes I feel like all I do is drive for RTD. I mean, that's great. I love my job, but I feel like I'm giving up quality time with my family because I simply can't afford the cost of living these days. So I don't know what else I can add to what everybody else has said because, moved to tears by just their dedication and devotion to this company. And I'm with them 100%. I'll be here, until I retire because it's probably the easiest job and best paying job I've ever had. But currently it seems like it's not. So like I said, I don't know what else I can say to add to everybody else's statements, but thank you for hearing me out. And I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your service. Our next speaker for tonight is Max Taylor.
Hey, I'm Max Taylor, 25155. Yeah, just like Jason, a lot of people have already said all the things that need to be said. But I'm a millennial. I'm no stranger to gatekeeping and like this society that isn't quite made for us. But we want a living wage to echo Bill. A living wage is not what it used to be. I'm trying to qualify for a mortgage right now and it's not looking awesome. I may have to live 50 miles away from where I work. And I think RTD can do better than that. So thank you.
Thank you, Max. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Don McKenzie.
Hi, I'm Don McKenzie. I work at District Shops Body Shop. Got a few things I'd like to say. I'll keep it short and concise. I would like to speak on behalf of the body shop technicians. We'd like to raise awareness of what our technicians do. We'd like the company to recognize the extensive information we're required to know, countless tasks we're required to perform proficiently, and the many tools we must purchase with our own money to make the necessary repairs possible. In addition to this, we must take classes for which we are tested on both writtens and hands-on and must pass both to obtain graduating pay increases from starting pay. As skilled labor, body technician tradesmen with their extensive knowledge and skill set hold a value that must be compensated. RTD is one of the few transit agencies that possesses an in-house body repair facility. Within the body shop facility, we have a fabrication department where things are made not only for body repairs, but several other departments within RTD as well. We also have a glass department and upholstery department working on both bus and light rail projects and special projects department, all within the body shop. There's quite a lot of technical work happening in district body shops. Let's be proud of it and the techs that work in it and compensate them for what they do. I cordially invite all of you to discover all that is District Body Shop. On another note, I'd like to bring attention to inflation and the cost of living in Denver, Colorado. As many of us know, many of us struggle with rising costs. Inflation has an effect on most things, and housing is no exception. As most people's main expense, housing costs have become cumbersome to say the least, and a substantial income is needed for a sustained living. I personally experienced a $467 per month rent increase in the last lease contract. As costs continue to rise, we have no choice but to earn more to keep up. We ask that you consider these things during negotiations of the next bargaining agreement. We thank you for your consideration. District Body Shop.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Luis Escado. Louise? Louis? Anyone? Okay,
Let's go to the next. and I'll-
going one. Sounds good. Thank you. Next speaker, pardon me, is Reynaldo Mercado. Welcome back.
Hello, my name is Reynaldo Mercado. I work at Platte Division as an FM custodian, and I've been working there for almost 2 years. What I like about RTD is that you get great benefits, you can move to different positions, and also you get to meet different people too. So, but that's what I wanted to say. Again, my name is Reynaldo Mercado, and you have a great day.
Thank you so much, Ronaldo. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Cameron Richardson.
Hi, Cameron. I've been a RTD bus driver for about 11 years. I joined RTD not right out of the military. I had about 3 years in between. They call that transitioning in the military when you come back from combat operations to regular civilian life. One of the things I always appreciated about RTD and why I think I gravitated toward this institution, you guys were seemed in a unique position to focus on long-term strategy instead of just short-term gains. I would hate to see that be thrown away. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Dan Ward. Dan Ward.
Good evening. My name is Dan Ward. We, my brothers and sisters in the union, love our passengers. We love our jobs. We're just not crazy about what you think of as being an honest wage increase to keep up with the cost of living. Recently, you've acquired a new CEO, Angel Pena, to boost efforts to improve reliability. Part of reliability is no dropped runs. Well, when you're short on drivers, you're going to have dropped runs. Just a couple of examples. In January 2024, we were short by 14.59% of your budgeted staff for driving buses. In February 2023, we were short 19.101% of your budgeted staff for driving buses. If our wages do not keep pace with cost of living, then we will be forced financially to find those wages somewhere else. Just a couple of examples. Groom out of Fort Collins to DIA pays their drivers $25.40 up to $39.90. Bustang to Glenwood Springs and Grand Junction pays their drivers $30 to $38. We're not asking for the moon, just 777. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker for tonight will be Rick Stumblefield.
I'll give you a pass because you said you might mess it up. It's Stubblefield.
My apologies.
Thank you, Rick. I'm an 18-year veteran of RTD, and I drive out of Platte. I can't say no more than what everybody else has already said, but we are going backwards. Cost of living is going up, and I think you guys lost focus on that. And I hope that all of us here today, me and my union brothers and sisters, can get you guys focused again to understand that we want to be here. We like it here, but you guys are making it difficult for us to be here. So please help us and understand that and do the right thing and put us in the right projection. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your service. Our next speaker tonight is Steve Kraft.
I'm Steve Kratt. I've been here for 17 years. I wrote this down. I consider myself to be the positive morale officer of Boulder. I just want you to know that if you've been on the AB and you've gone to the airport, you have gotten a great ride from me. I would challenge anyone to say any different. The point is that we love working here. You know, we're just stuck on a problem. I'd like us to get through. I want you to hear what I wrote down because I'm just gonna keep talking otherwise. Okay, we're asking you to please do the right thing regarding our contract. The offers we have seen, they're causing major morale issues. People are just angry. When I come to work, my job as morale officer is harder because people are upset. You know, they're thinking they're not going to have a good raise, and that bothers them because money matters. Okay, Colorado has become difficult to live in. It's hard for me to understand how someone cannot understand this. It feels apathetic to me. Look, we want to get along. We don't want it to be us and you. Okay, it's not how it's supposed to be. Okay. When true problems arise, we're going to be there and we're going to solve these problems. But we want our leaders there too. Okay, we hear about working from home leadership these days, and that's BS. Okay, leaders show up to work. Okay, we show up to work and we do a great job. Just asking you to do the right thing and just give us a good raise. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your service. The next speaker for tonight is Joe Johnson.
Hello, my name is Joe Johnson. I've been at RTD for 10 years, but I'm a native of Denver. So I've seen it come and go. I've seen all the miraculous changes. Yeah, we all love to work for RTD, but we don't love what's happening to us. We need to be compensated. What you bring into the table is like a slap in the face. You don't want nobody to slap you in your face about your wages? Please don't slap us. Please. Look into your own self and look into your own families and take care of us like you know we need to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker tonight will be Dennis Hawkins.
Thank you, RTD. I'm not going to talk about myself because I'm not important. What I'm going to talk about is all the operators, mechanics, and workers that make RTD work. I'm going to tell you right now, all these people here want to see RTD be successful because when RTD is successful, we have a job. So we're human beings. We need to eat. We need to be able to buy homes that we can live in. We need to be able to buy refreshments, etc. We are your workers. During the pandemic, when everybody else was home, you saw buses running, you saw trains running. That's because of us. They did not run by themselves. We are essential workers. We work on our anniversaries. We work on holidays. We miss children's graduations. We sometimes work sick, but we come and do it every day. We get spit on. We get cursed at. Sometimes we get physically assaulted day in and day out. But you know what? Each day we get up and come to work and make RTD work. 2:30 in the morning, sometimes we have to be at work. And we work sometimes till 1 at night. We do not have regular hours. We can't make games after high school for our kids sometimes. We miss those things. But we give RTD our best. And what we're asking for everything we go through, for everything that we put up with, we're asking simply for a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker for tonight is Clint Kutzler. Clint Kutzler.
Good evening. My name is Clint Kutzler. I'm a light rail operator for RTD. I've been a light rail operator for about 5.5 years. During that 5.5 years, I've been a light rail training and revenue instructor for the last 3 years. I'm the one who trains these highly skilled operators. I know the time and the effort that it goes into training these operators to be what they are. We're not asking for the highest wage, we're just asking for a competitive living wage. Just talking to some of the training instructors this morning. We do not have enough revenue instructors. The revenue instructors are saying that the risk is not worth the reward, which is a conversation we won't go into to right now. But yeah, they're saying the money is not worth some of the risks that are taking with being involved as a revenue instructor. So, so that's pretty much all I want to say is yes, we are, I know what goes into training these people. I know what goes into, and it's kind of disheartening. It was kind of disheartening when I heard the numbers today about the number of people that went through training and how many are still here, because, and that, a lot of that could be because they found a higher paying job. So yeah, we just want a competitive living wage, and that's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Clint. Thank you for your comments and thank you for your service. Our next speaker tonight will be Liz Young.
Good evening, directors. Thank you for your attention. My name is Bente Elizabeth Young. I go by Liz. Many of you met me last year when I was volunteering my time at the Capitol. I joined RTD about 3 years ago as a service and cleaner. I then transferred to Rio as a rail laborer, and then I became a signal traction power maintainer. Every one of those jobs has been the best job I've ever had. When I moved to Denver 12 years ago, I taught math to 9th graders in Montbello. When I worked as an educator, I was attacked with a knife. I was present during lockdowns with unauthorized firearms multiple times. And in the course of my work at RTD, I have been spat on, threatened, attacked, and that's just in the last year. I know probably everyone here has been through more than that. And I know you have too. I know it's not easy wearing these letters on your uniform, or, it's challenging to be out there. And you all know very well the cost of living is going up. Many of you know what it's like to live check to check. Maybe you're not there now, but you've been there before. Many of us are there now. Before I worked here, I was an actuarial analyst for 5 years. I was published in Loss Reserving regarding property casualty insurance. I can tell you, RTD's workforce is your most valuable asset by far. And if you take a short-term view on it, you're going to have poor payoff in the long run, whether or not you agree. Take the right choice, please. Your workers are your best asset, and many of them are struggling. We're showing up. We're subject to all sorts of violence, attacks, threats, and we're out there. We're happy. We're doing the work that you need to move this city, this area, to play with it, for something on a resume or some future job is not right. We're just asking you to treat us right, help us have a stable life. And with that, your city, your people will be happier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you for your comments and thank you for your service. Our next speaker will be B. Padillo.
Hi, my name is B. Padilla. I work out of MOW Rio. I'm a signal and power traction maintainer like Liz, and I work third, so this is still pretty early in the morning for me, so please bear with me. I've been in this position for about 10 months now. I'm coming up on my 1 year in May. And I had wanted to raise one particular safety concern that I've seen that's more glaring than some of the others and also probably the most preventable. Part of our job as signal and power, we work out in the field and we work on the overhead catenary system. I'm sure you've seen it. It's those wires that the light rail run along. You can see them on the side of the highway. You can see them out on 16th Street. And part of our job is to inspect, maintain, and repair that equipment. It's also probably one of the most dangerous parts of our job as SMPs. The OCS is over 2 stories up in the air. It carries 800 plus volts of DC power. It's under approximately 4,000 pounds of tension, and they can be up to a mile long. Due to our limited windows to put equipment on the track and some of the reactive maintenance approaches needed, that the need for repair is more pressing than ever for the overhead catenary. Without these wires, the light rail vehicles do not run. And if something fails, it fails catastrophically. Aside from the problem of equipment, our bucket trucks are constantly breaking down. We don't have enough to perform some of the work that we need to. We also don't have the training. I have heard about and witnessed multiple accidents, close calls, and injuries due to working on the OCS, more so than anything else. And I went to one of our trainers to simply ask, hey, do we have resources or training materials on how to properly rig this equipment, this immensely heavy and dangerous lengths of just wire? And he was embarrassed to tell me that they do not. And I could tell that there was so much remorse because it is such a dangerous and essential part of our job that he has made efforts to push for contractors, people who do this across the USA. It is not something special to RTD. This is something that's done standard in the industry to get more training for us. And I just wanted to be a squeaky wheel on his behalf, on behalf of my coworkers, on the behalf of our alignment, our light rail system, and for myself. I want to be able to get home in the morning and tell my mother what I did without worrying she's going to lose sleep while I'm out there at night. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, B. Thank you for your comments and thank you for your service. Our next speaker is David Ioj. Again, apologies for mispronunciation.
The E is silent. I'm here as a guest, a member of TransDev Denver and of our ATU 1001. I just say, please don't forget us. Living in Denver and working in Denver is great, but the cost is expensive. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your comments. Brett Boyer is our next speaker. Brett Boyer.
Good evening. I just wanted to speak on the behalf of Access on Demand. We've heard several different things about budgets being cut, and I understand that there's a lot of things that need to be straightened out. But I'm here to just remind you that this program, that this Access on Demand isn't just a premium service. This isn't just a nice thing to give to disabled people. We have real working disabled folks who are raising families and being a part of this community. The Access on Demand has done incredible things for us as a community. It's not just a free handout for people who don't want to work and don't want to be a part of this community. We want to come to the table. We want to talk to you about these things. We want to help make the right decisions so we don't lose money, but we need to make sure that we're understanding the reasons why this program was started, the reasons why it should continue. We just want to keep that dialogue open, and I think making sure we keep those budget open so we can have these discussions is our best foot forward so that we can work and play alongside you in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Fitz Stare.
Right here. Hey, I found it. Hi, my name is Fitz Stone. I'm employed at the Colorado Center for the Blind and as a residential manager. And I use the Access on Demand service all the time. It's important for me to be able to get to, Home Depot and stuff so that I can make the repairs for the student housing. And, it's not something I can do on the bus or, with the paratransit system. So, I'm also a dad and, so I need to be home to get to my son and everything as well. So I just depend on the service a lot. And I know that there's some budget cuts on the way maybe, but I just want you to remember to think of us, those people who are disabled out there working every day. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Fitz. Our next speaker is Jessica Beecham.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jessica Beecham. I'm president, National Federation of the Blind of Colorado. I want to talk to you about the Access on Demand service. We have many members across the RTD service area who depend on the Access on Demand service to be able to get to and from work in a timely manner, to be able to take their children to various activities, to be able to beautiful outdoors, and to as full citizens in this beautiful state of Colorado. I want to take just a second to acknowledge all of our frontline workers who are here tonight. Thank you guys so much, and we appreciate you and see you and hope that you guys get what you guys need to be able to have a living wage here. But we also hope that we can help the board to understand why we need to not only continue the Access on Demand program, but that we need to continue it at a level that allows people with disabilities who utilize Access on Demand in Colorado to continue to live productive lives and to be able to contribute to the Colorado economy, both as working citizens and as individuals who enjoy the beautiful state and all of the different shopping, recreation, and leisure door activities that it has to offer. We ask that as our members, some of them who were not able to be here tonight, reach out to the board of directors, particularly new board members who maybe haven't gotten an opportunity to meet us, that you guys give us a few minutes of your time over the next month so that you can understand why this service matters to us, how we utilize the service, and why we need a budget in order to keep the service going at a level that is useful to blind Coloradans. So thank you for your time and have a great evening.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next speaker for the night is Maren Neatfeld. Apologies for mispronunciation.
That's okay. It's Neatfeld. You did great. Thanks. Okay. Thank you to all of the directors, and thank you for taking your time to hear all of us. I am also here to speak on Access on Demand. And just that it is such an important service for those of us in our community. And I am a person, I'm blind, but I also have multiple disabilities. And this program has allowed me to be able to keep my job. Now I've been there almost 16 years next month. I'm a mom to my 6-year-old son, Logan. So after work, I'm taking him to soccer and to swim and to Spanish and to piano and just doing everything else that a parent does. I also worked like Christina right up until the day that I gave birth to my son. So I just Christina, you touched me so much. So I just hope that you hear us out and you realize that a cut to the Access on Demand budget would be extremely detrimental to this program. And I also invite the new board members, to meet us and to understand our needs as Coloradans. And I also want to give a big thank you to everybody that is here that is driving the buses and making them run and working on the light rail, because as blind people, we're never driving. We're a disabled community that there is never an option to get behind the wheel of a vehicle. And so we need all of you. And I am always get off the bus with a smile and a thank you. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker for tonight will be Wynn Wyman. Wynn Wyman.
Thank you. I got my ear on. So I'm here as an ally and a support for Access on Demand. The reason why I got to know this community, and especially the deaf-blind community, is that I have a severe hearing loss, and many of the members in the deaf-blind community have a hearing loss as well. So I'm advocating, I'm working with them, volunteering, doing fun things when we get to go to shows. But throughout all of our meetings, it's about listening to their great needs, their stories, and the lifeline that they have through Access on Demand. And the second thing, I still have 2 minutes, I'll be short, is I'm using your assistive listening system tonight. You have 2 of them. One of them is an FM system. The other one is a Wi-Fi system. The FM system is working well. The staff were exceptional. Information is on the agenda. It's on the website. And nothing's ever perfect. So what was missing is that there is a huge latency problem. So when you speak, I hear an echo. I do not have a clear sound. And that's why I'm not wearing it as I'm speaking, because it would mess up my speech to hear 2 sounds and to try to speak coherently. The Wi-Fi system, I could not get on with the QR code. I tried a couple of times, and I was also helping a colleague as well, and we could not get on to that as well. CART is exceptional, so I want to give a shout out whoever's behind the scenes. Thank you for that. And again, back to my original point of love RTD, Access on Demand is a lifeline. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker for night is James Flatham.
All right, good evening, RTD Board. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is James Flatham. I am a transit advocate and E-Line rider. Tonight, I want to start, and I'm hopefully going to be brief, but I want to affirm the testimony of the ATU members that have been speaking tonight, especially in regards to the issues with safety and security that they've been experiencing, that passengers have been experiencing. And I want to raise the security in the context of hiring and retention. One of the points that's been made is there's been an admirable effort, an admirable amount of progress RTD has made on hiring this year, particularly in buses. But for every 5 bus operators that we've hired, we've lost 3. For every 5 light rail operators we've hired in 2024, we've lost nearly 4. And one of the things that is up for discussion tonight is the Allied contract. One of the other pieces of information that was presented to the board inferred that for several months in 2024, on average, security staff were making less than 1 contact with a vehicle, a rail vehicle per day on the RTD network. So I recognize that there's a lot of context. There's a lot of things that the board should be digging into what the exact right number should be for targets. But I think we can all agree that 1 contact per day is the wrong number. We desperately need language that provides guidance to make contact with vehicles where security folks, mental health professionals are out there on the network supporting our operators, where the operators aren't waiting for support after an incident has happened. We need support for our operators to help them prevent incidents out on the light rail and on our buses. So that's my comment for this evening, just consideration for how we can back up our operators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
Emma Griffin is our next speaker. Emma Griffin.
Hi, my name is Emma Griffin. I'm a co-lead for Greater Denver Transit and a regular transit rider. The Allied Security contract with RTD is up for review this month, and as such, I wanted to provide feedback on my experience with security on RTD system, particularly at the light rail. Federal law requires 2 workers be present on heavy rail, and so RTD does the rational move of having a second person on its heavy rail lines, the A, B, G, and N. Checking fares, generally creating a safer, calmer environment for riders. The light rail lines, on the other hand, are almost always only operated by a single train operator who spends the vast majority of the trip in a segregated room away from riders. About a year ago, I switched from taking the 38 bus to taking the L line from 30th and Downing after having exited the 38 bus prior to departure due to feeling unsafe. Had I known what would happen next, however, I would have stayed on that 38 bus that day. Upon entering the L line, there were 3 people present: myself, the train operator eating his lunch, as this was the terminal stop, and another passenger. The moment the train operator left to get in his separated room to operate the train, the other passenger, a man likely in his 40s, began trying to talk to me, making clear sexual advances. He proceeded to move over and sit next to me, where his sexual harassment intensified, as he also began asking me personal questions about where I lived and worked, and began touching me inappropriately without my consent. The man's behavior before and after a transit worker was present was night and day. I firmly believe that had an RTD, DTO, TransDev, or Allied Security employee been present on the L line that day, as is required on heavy rail lines, that I would not have had my worst experience with transit, an experience that still makes me hesitant to ride the L line alone, despite being a transit advocate. For the record, the outfit you see me wearing today was what I was wearing. Not that that should matter. Women should be able to wear whatever they want on transit without fear of sexual harassment, assault, or targeting. If RTD is to renew Allied Security's contract, clear, objective, actionable requirements must be set to ensure they are actually patrolling and riding RTD's light rail and frequent bus lines and stops. In my time riding the RTD system, I can only remember seeing Allied Security on light rail once, in which I watched 8 employees enter the W line and proceed to sit together in one section of one car, not interacting with riders in any way. RTD deserves better than the quality of service Allied has been providing, and even more so riders, especially female riders taking transit alone, deserve better. I'd like to finish by thanking ATU Local 10001 for their participation tonight and the hard work their union does to make transit better in the Denver area. Our transit operators are the front line for providing this essential service and deserve better pay, benefits, and working conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma.
Our next speaker for tonight is Martin Alvarez. Martin Alvarez.
It's Martin Alvarez. Started in this business in service and cleaning, worked my way and started working in the parts department. Now I work on the side of the mechanics. Pretty much my whole life, I haven't been able to do what you would consider a normal job. So I think that RTD is a pretty good place to work. People like myself that struggle with ADHD, I feel like we got a lot of opportunities here. They've been given to me probably more than any other place I've worked, for sure. I require a type of linear work. That's why I like working as a mechanic. I'm somebody who has to have something in front of me, something I can see, feel, touch. I'm also somebody who's a very hard worker. I have a mom that is struggling health-wise. She's been driving for RTD, I think, for around 8 years. So I see on a scale of things what drivers deal with on a daily basis, because when I was in service and cleaning, I saw the remnants of working with the public people, working with the public in general. I saw the remnants of it. A lot of it was pretty gross. A lot of it was disgusting, but then a lot of it was pretty cool. We see a lot of people that, they drop job applications on the ground. Some of them might drop a credit card. Some of them might drop an IOU, and then they circle somebody's name. You're dealing with everyday people, just like everyone in this room right now. One thing I can't do is work with the general public. It's not that I'm not able to, it's that I can't do it. I can't do what these guys do. And the fact that some people are sitting in this room not because they want to be, but there's a lot of people in this room that are here because you have to be, because you have families. A lot of these people, take a look at their faces, man. We got a pretty mixed crowd in here. And I'm not doing so well because I'm a mechanic. I'm doing well because I know that one day I'm going to have to take care of my mother. I don't have a family. I don't have kids of my own, but you do. A lot of you here because of the negativity you've had happen around you, but a lot of you are here because you have to be. And RTD isn't such a bad place to be. So let's continue that upward spiral, okay? Let's not let that ball not hit the end zone. Right?
Thank you for your service, Martine, and thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Trent Taylor. Trent Taylor.
Okay. Evening. My name is Trent Taylor. I am a labor and employment attorney and a citizen of Denver. I'm also a blind individual. I moved to Denver because of the many opportunities that it offered in terms of employment and resources for someone who cannot drive. And I'm here to emphasize the importance of retaining the benefits that are offered through the Access a Ride on Demand program. And I'll speak to a couple of the proposed cuts that or modifications that are now before the board. Specifically, the decrease in allowance of rides from 60 to 30 makes it unsustainable for someone like myself who depends on Access a Ride on Demand to travel to work. If you work a full-time schedule 5 days a week, you're using, if you're going to and from work on Access a Ride on Demand, that's 44 rides a month. And going down from 60 to 30 really decreases your options. And in some cases, it will make it a constraint in choosing where you want to work and where you can work. And the importance of having this kind of access for people with disabilities cannot be understated because, of course, there's the cost side of this program, but also the benefit and the revenue side. When people with disabilities are working, they're adding to the tax base. They're making purchases, adding to sales tax. They are gaining income, adding to income tax. When people are not able to go out, like myself, if I don't have access to places that are located remotely or take me 2 hours to get to, then we're buying stuff from national providers, not from local businesses. We're not supporting local businesses like we should be. And so for that reason, I think it's very important that we keep the number of rides allowed or permitted to participants in access on a ride on demand program at its current level. And the other proposed cuts entertain the possibility of limiting the hours at which people can use access a ride on demand. That too is difficult because we don't all work 9 to 5 schedules. In addition, safety is an issue, especially as a blind person at night. And so being able to use access a ride instead of having to walk through a crowded a dark alley.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for your
Or
comments.
elsewhere is difficult. So thank you for your time and consideration. And I hope you take that in mind when making your decisions.
Thank you. Our next speaker for tonight is Cindy Vaughn.
Hi, my name is Cindy Vaughn. I'm an individual who has a disability, actually several. I am hard of hearing and have low vision, and this condition is often referred to as being deafblind. There's an individual you may see with me. She's referred to as a support service provider, and she gives me environmental information, so I sort of know things like who's around and if they're smiling or if they're yawning or that sort of thing. I'm here to talk to you about the access on demand and the continued funding and sustainability of this program. I have always had vision and hearing limitations. However, that doesn't mean that I don't utilize public transportation. In fact, I always use public transportation like the bus and the light rail until some years ago. During the winter, I was hit by a car during inclement weather while I was waiting at the bus stop. Because as you know, it's not always the safest thing. So my needs changed then, and I had to adjust and begin to look at the options available to me in terms of using paratransit services. And I became an Access-a-Ride user and tried to use also what they call their Access-a-Cab. When I was an Access-a-Ride user, I worked for the state of Colorado. And I would arrive sometimes at work an hour or more early. I would be picked up an hour, hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours late. So I would get off at 3:30, get maybe picked up by 5, maybe get home by 7. More than half the people I worked with used public transportation. And I guarantee you, they did not face those challenges. When I went to buy my house, I had to make sure that my house was in a place where that would not be dropped by Access-a-Ride, which it's tied to the fixed route service. So it must be with an Access-a-Ride user must be within 3/4 of a mile of a fixed stop. And I had to make sure that that didn't happen to me. So I made sure I lived by the zero. I figured if they cut the zero, there probably wouldn't be any buses left. In any case, I can tell you I couldn't afford to live now where I do if I had to do it now instead of 12 years ago. A couple of years ago, RTD worked hard to come up with a plan that would save both RTD money and help people with disabilities. And that's when they piloted the on-demand program. This is important because A, it did start to cost them less per ride, and B, it worked better than anything they had. This is why you will see far more people using it than ever used Access-a-Ride. This is very, very important. So I ask, this is my ask, continue the funding of the current on-demand services and work with the disabilities community to collaborate with you in locating the funding to sustain it because it works. We want to work, we want to live in affordable housing, and we want to be able to pay taxes and live our lives just like everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker for tonight is Maria Maldonado. Again, apologies for mispronunciation.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Maria Maldonado, and I work in the Telephone Information Center. I've been with the company over 17 years, and my husband is a bus driver out of Platte. What I wanted to say is that the cost of living has gone up, and our wages haven't been able to keep up with the cost of living in Denver. Right now, I'm working 4 jobs to try to keep up with the cost of living in Denver. And my husband is working numerous hours of overtime. We have 2 children, 2 daughters that we're trying to take care of. And I just wanted to ask for you to try to keep all of these hard workers in mind and try to provide us with the living wage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Jessica Bredman. Jessica?
I will move on to our next speaker. Maybe we can look for Jessica. Our next speaker is Michael Farrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. My name is Michael Farrington. I am a transit advocate and law student. Today, I'm here to echo ATU's and GDT's message. RTD cannot be a world-class transit system without its operators, users, and supporters feeling safe while using it. I ask that you please improve, the current contract with the security provider, Allied Security. As a law student, I have a number of friends who do not feel safe using and taking transit, despite us not having parking passes, not being people who currently live in the suburbs, and being in transit-rich environments such as downtown Denver and CU Boulder. However, they can't take transit without being harassed, feeling unsafe, and in some situations, as my friend Emma shared, being assaulted. That's unacceptable. My friends have shared with me that they cannot take transit without being grabbed, without being spoken to, without being cornered in the back of a bus where they can't feel safe. And as busy as our operators are, and they're very busy taking care of everything else on the road, they can't also be the only source of security for our transportation system. My experience is different from some of my fellow advocates, but I see what they experience, especially the young women trying to take our transit system, and it's not okay. We are tired of having to spend our wait for our bus considering whether our group is safe. I'm tired of stories about my friends, when I speak about RTD, immediately shifting to whether or not they're going to be harassed, and to speaking about how they don't feel safe taking transit after they've been drinking because if they're not 100% alert, they're worried they're going to be assaulted. I'm tired that when I sit on the bus next to one of my friends and I put earbuds in, they go, "Oh, I wish I could do that," because they don't feel safe putting an earbud in and reading a book while on our transit system because they're afraid of being harassed or cornered by someone that shouldn't be on transit and is a threat to their safety. I ask that this board makes clear, specific standards for security while adopting the renewed Allied contract that includes a transit security, not just Union Station security. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Our next speaker is Paulo Sorzano.
Hi, Paulo Solorzano, RTD Riders Alliance and Greater Denver Transit. Yeah, I just want to echo, especially what was said last. Yes, there needs to be clear, directives and directions for security to be entering trains. When there are incidents, like I mentioned, 16,000 reports of drug use. That's a Denver 7 News article. They investigated that, and there were 16,000 reports of drug use, that's mostly fentanyl and meth, just reported between January 2022 and April 2023. I'm sure there was probably 3 to 5 times more of those incidents happening in real life out there. So during that time, I don't want to bring this up, and I didn't because I don't think that RTD needs to, have its reputation beaten up anymore. And I know you guys know that I am very critical, but as an advocate, I hadn't been bringing this up. And during this time, when all this was happening, nobody ever boarded the W line, and the W line was full of meth smoke. I mean, it was in the air; you could see it. In May of 2023, I think I was high. Honestly, every single train car I got on that day was full of meth smoke. I know how it smells like. It smells like burnt peanut butter and burnt tires. That's what the police describe it as well. And the only people that know about that are people that ride the train. This has been going on forever, and you guys, all the leadership knew this was going on. But instead of actually talking to us about that, admitting it, nobody did. And that's why, people like me are angry. So when this is all happening, I asked some kids, was that you guys smoking fentanyl? And that was it. I received a concussion. They were trying to kick my head in, but I had a bicycle helmet on. And when I tried to get one of the kids off my back, I sprained my back. I called RTD customer service. I talked to board members like Mr. Guzman about this, and I was told by some people like Guzman not to stop complaining about things like this. It took me months and months to recover from that. And I asked for callbacks from RTD, and nobody ever called me back. I'll just leave it at that. This has been going on for a long time. You guys know this has been going on. So please start having a presence on light rail. They're not on there. Thanks.
Thank you for comments, Paula. Our next speaker for tonight is Eric Johnson. Eric Johnson, please come to the podium.
I'm here to express my concerns about how top-heavy the organization is, with many acting positions and repetitive and unnecessary positions. Drivers and mechanics are RTD's bread and butter. Without bus operators, train operators, mechanics, cleaners, etc., there wouldn't be any need for a management team. The drivers experience on a daily basis the stress of traffic, bed bugs, fentanyl, and other drug use, homelessness, being spit on, hit, yelled at, other poor public behavior, all while being overworked and unappreciated by management. RTD skilled union workers having their pay questions in the extra hours we give the company to make our income a livable wage. Since I've been with the company, I've observed the inability to retain drivers, in part due to the lack of support of new members. Starting pay is low, scheduling, positive encouragement by management. I like to see RTD support the union workers like they support its management team. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for your comments, Mr. Johnson. Our next speaker is Paul Cardova.
Hi, my name is Paul, and I also have my son along with me that has something he would like to say. I've been with RTD for a year and a few months now. I love my job so much that I had my own hoodie made and a hat. So much that I love telling people that I work here, but it's been frustrating when the only way to have to work, the only thing that's frustrating is having to work on my days off when I want to sometimes spend time with my kids. I come to work with a smile on my face and a positive attitude, but still it hurts thinking, does RTD even care about us? I'm just asking if we could get a better wage. I want to continue to love my job, but I also want my job to continue to love us. and my brothers and sisters and my family here.
Hello, my name is also Paul Cordova, but I'm also just concerned about the wages here. I recall an incident where I was wrestling with the school and he wasn't able to pick me up because he is still working here. And, I had to wait there for about 30 minutes until he actually could. It just rushes into events like that, parts of my life, parts that I want him to see. And then, with anything, like he just comes home and I only get to see him 4 hours a day max, from like 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. until he has to sleep, go back to work at 3 in the morning, and then it's the same cycle over and over. Even with that in mind, he still has to cut out of his own needs. He has to cut out of our wants, just to make ends meet. He has to literally, he's had problems with even financial security just because he can't cut certain things out. He's cut everything he can out. I grew up in Weld County. He's been, in the city his whole life, but even in Weld County where things are cheaper, I still feel these effects. I've been there all my life. He's been here all his life. And, it's still not enough to pay for things over there where the rent's $1,200. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul, for your service, and thank you, Paul and Paul, for your comments. Our second to last in-person speaker is Barry McGee. Barry McGee.
Hello, thank you. My name is Barry McGee. I've been a mechanic here for I'm in my 28th year now. So I've seen a lot of great things in this company. I raised a family because of this company. So I'm very grateful for it. I'm not going to sit here and talk about how we're not getting paid enough money and the cost of living, because we've heard plenty of that. I am a service truck operator, so I'm out on the road every day. And sometimes we forget that this is a bus company and this is about people, like the Access Colorado. And I'm out there, I see people with carts full of laundry that they're taking to the laundry mat, kids going to school, people going to work, elderly people on the buses. And one of the greatest feelings around is having a bus that's broken down and I go and fix that bus. And then a short time later, I see that bus full of people going down the road. People like the Access Colorado and stuff, that's what RTD is about. And without the skilled workers, we can't provide that service. Here I see people from facilities maintenance, drivers, train operators, all walks of this company, and we are what makes this company go. And so just please consider the public. This is, like I said, about people.
Thank you for your comments, Barry, and thank you for your service. Our final speaker in person who's on our list is Ron Pfeiffer. Ron Pfeiffer.
Hello, board members. I've worked for RTD for 25 years and I've loved the job. There's no doubt about that. But I've seen some changes, and it's what has me concerned the most, and the real issue for me. I'm getting ready to retire pretty soon, so I do count on the pension that comes from RTD, is on the technical side, because I'm not speaking from the driver's side or any of that. I've been a mechanic all my life. And what I need to address is that I feel like you need to raise the wages for everybody, but on the technical side, you're losing people to like Excel, and they're not going for starting wages at a different place like Excel. It's not just $1. You're talking like $10 an hour for even the highest paid mechanic at RTD. They're starting there at their hiring wage, $10 or more. And when you try to bring people in to replace them, what I feel like, and you need to talk to people like Eric and Dave, they're part of the hiring process, is they've lowered the standard for mechanics, and not just on the mechanic side, but FM facility maintenance as well, the bar on the test to get in there. And why? Because the wages is not enough to bring in a skilled mechanic already. You're hiring people that do not have much skill at all. And in order for RTD to survive, you need the equipment running, not on the side of the road. You need skilled technicians to do that. You're not going to get it to happen where you can bring more people in, because you always have a change of your workforce. You need to up the wages, but not just for the mechanics, but for everybody. But I'm only talking about my issue that I've seen over the 25 years. Please think about, when you pay more, you probably get more. When you hire somebody to come to your home to do something, you don't pick the person that's the cheapest to do the job on your home for fixing something. You have to be more selective and put more money into it. I know it's time's up, so but that's my issue, and I wanted to bring it up and hope that you people understand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Board Office Executive Manager Kroll, has anyone raised their virtual hand?
Yes, Chair Bouquet, we have at this juncture 5 individuals who have raised their hand. We may have more as we go on, and the first of which is former Director, I believe, Jamie Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, you are recognized.
Good evening, directors. Tonight you'll be asked to fully fund Access on Demand through December of this calendar year. This is important because staff will soon be presenting their findings and recommendations to ensure TOD will be sustainable for the future. If approved by the RTD board at a future date, it will take months to develop and implement such a plan. Any interruptions to the service to AOD during this time would be unacceptable to our community. Interruptions could mean loss of employment, interruptions to medical care, or create difficulty in attending events and meetings previously scheduled, not to mention other daily activities. So we ask you to approve the funding request that you will see tonight for Access on Demand. Thank you.
Thank you, former Director Lewis. Mr. Kroll, who is our next speaker?
Yes, next we have Mary Hennick.
Mary, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Mary Hennick. I am speaking tonight as an advocate for the disability community. It is imperative that you approve the 2025 Access on Demand budget. The disability community depends on this service to maintain their employment, health, and well-being. RTD staff has portrayed Access on Demand as a supplemental and premium service. While these are technical terms that flow from ADA language, they are easily misconstrued by the general public. RTD staff has used this phrasing to sway the media, the general public, and you, the board, into thinking that this program is a luxury and a bonus to its disabled riders. It is not. Access on Demand is the only predictable and reliable means these riders have to get to work, medical appointments, and activities in their communities. Accessoride, the other paratransit service, does meet some riders' needs. However, it is neither predictable nor reliable enough to meet the needs of many. It is clear that paratransit ridership has increased, but Access on Demand has not created a new market, as RTD staff likes to tell you. There was an unmet need for an underserved community who now is able to do the things that typical adults like you and me are able to do. Thank you for your time, and thank you in advance for your yes vote on this budget.
Thank you, Mary, for your comments. Mr. Kroll, who is our next speaker?
Yes, next we have Nate Trela.
Nate, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Directors. I am Nate Trela of Englewood. I am a blind person and a paratransit user. I've spoken at a lot of meetings over the past year about Access on Demand, and I appreciate the deliberate effort staff has been making lately to incorporate feedback from the community as they develop changes that'll make the program both sustainable and remaining useful. It's so important that any changes that are going to be coming down the pike do both of those things. I'm glad everyone seems to understand that the initial draconian proposal to change the program would have effectively gutted it, and that's already been tossed aside by staff. I don't know if the next proposal will get us where we need to be, but we've got a couple months to work on that before you'll be voting on anything. I appreciate the continued willingness to listen to the community on this. Since almost half the board members here are new this year, I don't know how deeply you've looked at this program or how closely you've been following the discussion about possible changes to it. It's been a model for transit agencies around the country, really, in terms of the freedom of movement and independence it's granted users. If moving people and making lives better through connections are your goals, Access on Demand is a success. It's opened doors to live, work, and engage in the community that just aren't there without it. For me, it makes it possible in a given day to get my daughter to and from school, get to work, run errands, get to medical appointments all on the same day. And that doesn't seem like much because it's something any of you on the board can do without having to think twice about it. It's literally not possible with traditional access to ride with the schedule windows and other demands that are put in place by it. It's not financially feasible using ride shares to do that without Access on Demand. So as we're talking about cost controls, we have to be sure they don't gut the program in the process. For example, anything less than 50 rides is going to create barriers for people who work full time. And the idea of reducing the service hours in areas for relatively small savings is going to and creating a new administrative burden to enforce it will translate into people who work night shifts or work in certain locations at the edge of the metro area losing their jobs. It's going to translate into people needing to move, people needing to take their kids out of their schools and change their lives around. And we'll definitely have a chance to talk more about this in the coming months. And I especially look forward to speaking with your board members about this. Tonight, I just want to really emphasize the importance of approving the additional $2 million needed to fully fund the program for 2025. That's money needed because you're doing the right thing and not rushing to make drastic cuts. Those are dollars that will allow the space needed to have a thoughtful, deliberate decision-making process. So we're asking the board make that allocation happen, and then we can get down to the work of strengthening Access on Demand for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Nate. Kroll, our next speaker.
Yes, next is James Triplett.
James, you are recognized. James, we cannot hear you if you are speaking. My recommendation is
audio now unmuted. Okay, this is Joe Triplett or James Triplett. Can you hear me?
This is perfect, James. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've been speaking several times in these board meetings, and I'm an Access-a-Ride user. And I just want to say I do agree with the extra money that Access on Demand wants, but I really feel like RTD has ignored the Access-a-Ride users. We have over 2,000 people on Access-a-Ride who cannot ride Access on Demand for many reasons, and for time I can't go into them. But for the lack of of the fact of their disability or whatever, I'm one of them. I have to use Access-a-Ride. I cannot use Access on Demand because RTD did not require them to help us from the vehicle to our destination. Because of my blindness, and my, the fact that, my travel is not that good, I can't use it. And there's 2,000 other people on Access-a-Ride who can't use it for various reasons. We have not heard anything about Access-a-Ride except complaints. I'm an advocate for people on Access-a-Ride who cannot speak for themselves. But before the board makes a decision on Access on Demand, please make some improvements. Our buses are raggedy, they rattle, they squeak, and the shocks on them are not good. I mean, we bounce like a basketball. I'm trying not to be too critical, but all I'm asking is, I feel like I am the lone advocate, and that's okay, I've been there before, but please make some changes for Access-a-Ride in addition to Access on Demand. 2,000 people we really need that. We need buses that don't rattle. We need buses that ride as well as, as other vehicles that RTD has. And I really want some improvements for Access-a-Ride. I've given them before, but please, please don't leave us out. You got 2,000 people that have to have Access-a-Ride. I wish we could use Access on Demand. I wish Access on Demand was required to take us, up to the door of a building when we don't know where it's at, just like Access-a-Ride. Unfortunately, the last contract that they did not demand that. So, in this new contract, please tell them that they really need to incorporate. They need to be required to take us, to and from our door, not just drop us off. And one thing you have not heard about Access on Demand, I've heard this from a lot of people. They drop you off in the wrong place a lot of times. And, and if you're blind, and it's a new place or even an old place, if they drop you off in the wrong place, you could very easily get lost. You could very easily get hit by a car or something if you had to wander out in the street and don't know it. So, I really wish this requirement would be done. And please make some Access-a-Ride improvements for the passenger. And, give us like, for example.
Thank you, James. Thank you for your comments.
So we'll lower your hand in 8 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your comments, James. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
Yes, Richard Bamber.
Mr. Bamber, you are recognized.
Good evening, everybody. It's Richard Bamber, Greater Denver Transit. My fellow advocates have been sending me videos and pictures, so it's great to see all the ATU 101 folks here tonight. Nobody deserves a livable wage and a safe and secure working environment as much as you guys do. Greater Denver Transit stands with you all the way. Now, my story, number 38 bus, 22nd December last year, about 10:15 in the evening. The individual was so disrespected by me bending down to pick up an item I dropped while boarding that he ended up whacking me on the bus. The glorious photo is with the directors of management in the GDT letter tonight. And if anyone else wants to see it, check out our social media. I've just come back from St. Louis, where we rode the entire light rail system, boarded about 9 or 10 trains, and on every train there was a member of security or a police officer just patrolling. This system includes stations in East St. Louis, widely regarded as one of the most poverty-stricken and dangerous and violent areas in the United States. I felt safer on the train there than I do on the W line. Why is this? Well, last year, St. Louis Metro started implementing its secure platform plan. 3 strings to it. 1, be the first light rail system in the United States to go from open to fully closed and secured with fencing and fare gates at every station. 2nd, and I appreciate RT's already doing this, lots more cameras and a live look system. But 3rdly, and most important of all, putting police officers and allied security staff on the trains, on the buses, and on the platforms. I encountered one police officer who was simply shuttling between two stations, just checking and looking at everybody on the train, checking in with the operator to see if everything was okay, and then getting off. I asked him how many trains did he ride. He said in the next hour, I'll ride between 12 and 14. In the next month, he expected to ride between 8 and 900 trains. Compare that with RTD Police's pitiful 40 trains in 3-month figure. Tonight, I'd like to ask, where is our proper system-wide security strategy that focuses on all the lines rather than just Union Station? And why has provisions of this and targets for actually getting out on the system on those buses and trains not been written into the Allied security contract? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Richard. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker online.
Chair Bouquet, at this time, I see no further hands raised.
Are there any speakers in person who would like to speak and who are not on our list? Anyone? Going once? Going twice? Excellent. We are going to be taking a break.
Let me read into the record the names of the...
Oh, my apologies, sir. Yes, comments received for today's meeting.
Yes, so you all received the following emailed comments from Cody Bates regarding reliability of service, from Elsie Doherty regarding access on demand, Joe Beaver, Brian Grew, Mary Hennick, Jessica, Carol Silverstein, all regarding access on demand, Matt Applebaum regarding Senate Bill 161, and Greater Denver Transit regarding the security contract referenced by Mr. Bamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kroll. Seeing no other participants in the queue, we will now close public participation. We will be taking a break to allow everyone to get ready for our business for tonight. Mr. Kroll, would 5 minutes suffice for your staff? 10 minutes? All right, we will be reconvened at 7:27.
So this is a little irregular. So generally we don't have public comment. We haven't actually officially gotten into it, but I think we got a pretty good sense of debate, conversation. So yeah, I'm glad you're able to be. You're more than welcome to say if you want. If you know the procedural stuff, like I said, check out recommended action.
Okay.
Folks, this is our 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. Ladies and gentlemen, folks present, it is encouraged that you take your seat. It is encouraged that you take your seat. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Directors, please join us back up here. Members of the public, please take a seat. Members of staff, please take a seat. Great. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. And again, thank you very much for all the comments that we heard today. It was very insightful. So we are moving on now to our external entities report. This month, we have one external entity report regarding the joint rail planning efforts. Today's guests are Diane Barrett, Special Advisor to the Governor for Joint Rail Service, Del Walker, HNTB, Denver Office Leader, and Tom Rusex, Ernst & Young U.S. Transactions Infrastructure Leader. Before I ask for our presenters to begin, I want to offer the floor to GM CEO Johnson for some opening remarks. Ms. Johnson, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening to all that are virtually assembled and those that are present in the room. I am Deborah Johnson. I have the pleasure of serving as the General Manager and Chief Executive Officer. As Chair Bouquet indicated, this evening we have an external entities report relative to the collaboration in which RTD has been doing along with Front Range Passenger Rail District, in addition to the Colorado Department of Transportation, as well as the state. As you may recall, at last month's meeting, we had a presentation whereby Diane Barrett provided an update relative to the efforts that had been undertaken since September 1st or September 30th, I should say, of 2024, in which there was a submittal to the legislature as outlined in statute relative to some cooperative efforts in trying to see where there's some synergies to realize a intercity passenger rail option for the Front Range. Since such time, there has been additional work being done trying to ensure that there is some collaboration relative to leveraging operational efficiencies to bring about greater mobility options to the Front Range, including rail. Further to the point, you may recall that RTD undertook, with the support of its jurisdictional partners, a planning study relative to Northwest Rail peak feasibility, in which we were looking to see how might this agency deliver some service along what we now know as the B line, recognizing that there had been work there, and this agency was much more far along than the Front Range Passenger Rail District, leveraging that information for the betterment of optimizing those efficiencies I just alluded to. So what we have here tonight is providing information relative to a looming deadline, whereby in legislation, it's stated that we should be presenting a comprehensive understanding to the legislature of how might we deliver some form of passenger rail along the Front Range. As indicated, there's the Northwest Rail Peak Feasibility Study, and references some foundational pieces have been utilized as it relates to some aspect of potential funding that totally rests within the auspices of this governing body, as well as the other governing bodies of the principles of the other agencies in which are involved with this undertaking. So with that contextual explanation, I will now yield the floor to my colleagues and provide an opportunity for Ms. Barrett to kick off the discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, General Manager Johnson. I appreciate the introduction. I'm here with two colleagues, one Del Walker from H&TB. Del has been working with us as part of the H&TB team that is responsible for the service development plan going forward. Del has done a little special work for us regarding finding a low-cost number for the joint service starter service. And Tom Rousakis from Ernst & Young, which now calls itself EY, inexplicably, I think, but anyway, EY has been doing financial analysis for us and has particularly been looking at revenue streams available for starter service. I want to talk tonight, I'm going to skip my slides, basically. I think you would appreciate a little bit shorter visit with me. So I'm going to just talk briefly about the two bills that were adopted by the legislature last spring. 230 is a bill that basically establishes a production fee on oil and gas production. And that revenue stream is dedicated to transportation, primarily rail transportation, and is anticipated to achieve in its first full fiscal year $116 million per year. That is a surprise to a lot of people, but I start with that because it's one of two bills that are doing similar things with respect to state revenues. The second is the one that we've been talking about most here when we've been to see you before, and that is 184. And 184 establishes a congestion and pollution fighting revenue stream by a fee on rental cars, an additional fee on rental cars. And it too is in the $100 million range annually as a state revenue. I don't know why everybody's not more excited about that than they are. That is a lot of money. And as we began looking at how we might use that money, it became clear that it's going to really do us a lot of good. That red slide up there is the last of the slides that I'm not going to talk to tonight. And I want you to look at it as I'm talking so that you see how joint service brings those other blobs together, and those other blobs are CDOT and RTD and the Front Range Passenger Rail District. Those bodies have been charged with trying to work together to create a starter service that can actually start running by January of '29. Now that, for you youngsters, doesn't sound like it's very close, but for the rest of us, that is darn close. And I think that, I do think that we are really going a long way toward the collaboration that the legislature had in mind when they adopted the 184. So in addition to the money, the revenue that 184 is going to produce, the legislature requires the study that we've been undertaking, and we have done this by creating committees out of the staff and the executives from all the agencies, the partner agencies. And the committees that we've been working on are Operations Committee. And at the Operations Committee, we're talking about things like, who's the operator for our starter service? What's the alignment of our starter service? How many round trips can we do? The study is required by the legislature to study 3 round trips and 5 round trips. But what can we actually work with? The other committees are the Governance Committee, where we decided early on that the executives would, as a committee of oversight, would enter into an IGA. The statute gave us some options, but the IGA seemed to be the easiest and probably the best way to operate and to govern ourselves as we move forward. So that's what the executive is doing. And then with respect to the revenue sources, there's a finance committee that works with that and with the idea of budgeting for the actual project once it gets going. We're required under the statute to present another study, another report of our work on March 1st. And that is in draft. Our principals have reviewed it. Your executive director was the first one to give comments on the draft report. Thank you very much. And we are well on our way with that. Also, the IGA is in draft. And I think your general counsel and the other lawyers of the other principal agencies are all working on the IGA draft. The revenue sources have been examined, and tonight Tom is going to talk to you about those revenue sources. Dell is going to talk to you about the project itself, what the joint service can accomplish, and how much it's going to cost. We asked Dell to give us the lowest possible cost for the starter service, the lowest possible cost to begin in January 29. We have all kinds of other information. We have the ongoing service development plan for Front Range Rail. We have all kinds of information, but what you're going to hear tonight is the lowest cost option for joint service starter service. And then Tom is going to go over the revenue streams, what their expectation is about those revenue streams, and what conclusions we can draw from that. So with no further ado, Dell Walker.
Thank you, Diane. Diane teed that up really well. And I really want to begin saying that, one, it wasn't just Dell. I had a number of thought leaders within our organization that really helped support this conversation around what does the starter service look like. It's not the service development plan that we're currently engaged in, working with the Front Range Passenger Rail District and CDOT to help develop. This was something different, specifically related to this joint service look and view. Deborah talked about the Northwest Rail portion of that. What you see on the screen are the 8 stations that are identified as part of the joint service perspective, 3 of which would be Northwest Rail specific stations, and then the 5 stations that are associated with the Front Range Passenger Rail. 8 stations in total. What does that look like from a full starter service perspective? I'm going to go forward and talk about some of the base assumptions that we needed to keep in play to make sure that we're playing well in the sandbox, mainly with the BNSF freight lines and their expectations of being able to be held harmless relative to their on-time service for their constituents throughout the corridor. So that was first and foremost. The 8 stations also that you see there, that was another operating requirement. And then making sure that we incorporated the FRA's requirement for positive train control. That was a significant part of the effort. And then you can see that the 3 round trips and 5 round trips, as stated by legislation, was to be looked at. And I'm going to be able to walk you through how 3 round trips is less expensive than a 5 round trip scenario, but I think you can all surmise that based upon your understanding. Here we have the number of seats that would be available under a 3 round trip scenario. Each train and the consists associated with that. A 5-car consist is the baseline, and 1,200 seats per day, a total on an annual basis of 445 seats that would be available. So this slide is a visual depiction of what the necessary improvements would be under the 3 round trip scenario. I didn't want to get into too much detail, but there are a number of sightings that would be necessary, sightings that are identified in the Northwest Rail Peak study, sightings that are identified in the Front Range Passenger Rail studies that we had performed, and they're all indicative here. This is the hold harmless from a BNSF perspective to make sure that we can have an operating capacity for both the freight operations as well as the passenger operations that are necessary. The next slide I'm going to show you, which was not costed out, and I'm going to flip back and forth so that you can see some of the assumptions and improvements. This is 3 round trips. Back to the 5 round trips, you can see that there's changes to the sightings relative to the number of vehicles that would be on the system competing with freight rail, thus the need for additional improvements that would be associated with that. Again, not costed out as part of the scenario that we ran through, but something that is important to know and understand in terms of how this all comes together. So what did we come up with? We were able to identify a low-cost option of $885 million. That's what you see there in green. There's another approach that could additionally reduce that cost by another $100 million. I'm going to talk about that as we approach the next slide, but just wanted to give you a flavor of kind of the realm of possibilities that would exist based upon what we came up with. So here, and it's hard to physically see, but let's take the diagram on the right, which is the $885 million that I talked about. What we did was we maintained FRA specific levels of contingency at the individual SEC code, let's call that line item code level, to a 30% effort. And then after that came up with a 15% contingency that was associated with the overall program. Why did we keep that? Well, one, it's in compliance with FRA guidelines on how this would all be done. We didn't perform any additional engineering analysis or reached a milestone where we could reduce those contingencies. So we chose not to. We only look at physical element options and how the reduction in those costs could impact where we're going to find the overall number. On the right-hand side, did I say left-hand side before?
You did, but that's
Okay.
We forgive you.
I'm sorry. On the right-hand side, you could see a contingency approach. We took the contingency out of the individual line items and lumped them as a 30% contingency overall, Not that that would be recommended, certainly not at this stage of design development, but that is another option that could be used to further reduce the expected cost that would be performed. But again, not recommending that as the solution here. So I'm going to start with the vehicles and what we took a look at. From a three round trip scenario, the 5-car consist that was identified as kind of the baseline is where we stood. Under a 5 round trips, there would be the need for additional vehicles. So you can see how the cost reduction is relative to the 3 round trips, the number of consists that would be necessary to make the round trips, plus a spare ratio that's in alignment with typical FRA, FTA sort of requirements. So that's where we came up with the 124. The contingency approach, again, taking the contingency out of the individual line item and just reducing that to a 30% contingency at the end of the day. That's where you see the difference in those numbers. I don't intend to spend much time in the future slides talking about the contingency approach, but really focus more on the low-cost option approach. Taking a look at stations, we were able to make assumptions about the essential amenities that would be required to be developed as part of the overall solution. What does that mean? The platforms and links to the platforms would be conducive to have 5-car trains associated with that. The passengers for those trains being able to ingress and egress off of those platforms. For a more robust service, the platforms would need to be longer, but for this particular low-cost option and the 3 round trip scenario, conforming to the 5-car consist and the development of the length necessary for that was the approach that we chose. There's, again, this assumed essential amenities would not include excessive additional amenities that could be potentially further pursued as options at a later state where additional funding might be applied to local municipalities or other efforts that could fund those additional amenities beyond the essential assumed. So for the support facilities, yard shop, this was a big line item. We found some efficiencies based upon those subject matter experts that I brought to the table to do this review, where we saw some opportunity for improvements to the cost. That's where the $111 million comes from. But there could be additional cost savings should the maintenance facility be provided by the operator. We did not include those cost savings that would be associated with that, but that's something to consider as we're making considerations about the operator of these facilities. Next, communications and signaling. I talked about some of the early PTC that would be necessary. This includes those costs. We saw and recognized some of the communication through fiber reductions for a little bit of a net cost savings from what we thought might be present previously. And that's where you see the 198 million associated with that. So for the site work, we specifically looked at the Homestead siting due to the Chrissy grant and some of the elements there as kind of an offshoot from the other communication elements, the other track work elements, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and saw that as an individual item that we wanted to discuss here. That's where that 16 million number comes from. And then track structures and track, we did take a look at all of the necessary elements associated with retaining walls, culverts, bridges, turnouts, the track work that would need to be done to facilitate the transfer from a freight rail service to a passenger rail service and the improvements that would need to be made there. And we came up with $100 million for that cost. And then professional services as a function of the normal percentage of the construction cost, we're able to show a reduction based upon all those other line item elements where we're now identifying a 129 million. What we did from a NEPA perspective is also recognize that the constrained corridor, the use of the existing trackage that's available from both a BNSF perspective as well as the RTD Northwest Rail perspective is really going to constrain NEPA. We think that there's a cost reduction element associated with that, and we've identified it here. So back to kind of that's the summary slide and what we came up with. These are the numbers that represent what we believe to be the lowest cost option relative to the information that we've obtained so far. Again, this is not an engineering analysis. There's much more engineering to be done. That's why we maintained the contingency levels at the FRA, FTA level guidance that that informs this presentation. With that, I really think Tom would like to walk you through the remainder of the presentation.
Yeah, let me just say, thank you, Dell, that Tom is going to, everything that you're hearing tonight is a snapshot in time. We're on a path and we would like to stay on that path if possible. And we think that the looking is good at this point. And we'll let Tom talk to us about the financial side, but just know nothing's concluded. There's nothing in the air that would allow us to say anything is final. This is all just letting you know where we are. Tom?
Great, thank you, Diane. And as Diane mentioned, so our analysis, working with CDOT and taking in the input, takes in the inputs that Dell discussed and incorporates them into a financial model that also then incorporates the available funding sources in order to identify the shortfall as we know it today. A lot of this is very preliminary data, but I think the intent of it is to inform all the various stakeholders as to what the additional needs are or what can be done from a service perspective in order to further reduce costs going forward. And so I won't drain this slide, but as Diana talked about, this is an exercise in order to meet the requirements under SB 184 legislation with a March 1st deadline in order to identify potential funding sources and a potential path forward around, in this particular instance, joint service, be able to provide service from Denver Union Station to Fort Collins. And as Dell already reviewed, the service that we're talking about would add additional 8 stations, with 3 being RTD stations in Westminster, Broomfield, and Louisville. And again, 3 round trips is the assumption. And what we're looking at here is a lowest cost alternative for a starter service. Now, Dell discussed the cost of $885 million. That is in present value terms. And so when we convert this into a financial model, we need to include inflation. And so thinking about a build out of this starter service, that number goes from $885 million to $1.1 billion. Clearly, the ability to do this faster, sooner, I should say, could bring that down and minimize the cost of inflation. So what we have here is hopefully a conservative inflation assumption, but the numbers, just so you folks aren't confused, is from a year of expenditure perspective, $1.1 billion that we're looking at. And what we lay out on the right is the breakdown of those costs, and Dell walked you through all of those, with the largest of that cost being the PTC related signaling. What we also have here is the current estimates around operating costs. And so looking at from 2029 at $27 million operating cost, increasing to $29 million, and the various aspects that make up that operating cost. Note that this is routine operating costs. This does not yet include estimates for, or set asides for major rehabilitation and maintenance. And that is still, you know, we have some assumptions in there, but that is something that's going to need to be at a next stage, focused on to a greater degree to make sure that the funding sources that are identified are ultimately sustainable. And here we lay out the various funding sources that are being contemplated for the starter service for Front Range Passenger Rail and joint service with RTD. And so that is, we talked about the CRISI grant that is directed towards positive trains control and a state matching grant there. So 66 and then close to $28 million. The SB 184 revenue, the 230 revenue, financing proceeds against those revenue streams, and any potential RTD contribution relating to that joint service element. And likewise, some of these sources are only available for capital, but likewise, some of these sources available for capital as well as operations and maintenance. None of these assumptions beyond the CRISI grant make any, this model at this point makes no assumptions around potential future federal grants, with the idea of being conservative in that regard. And so what we have here is a depiction of the state's projections around the various revenue streams. So the SB 184 revenue, that being the rental car fee, growing from the roughly $50 million and increasing over time. And so you look at revenue streams like that, they seem very well suited to making sure that you're covering operations and maintenance over time for the service. And then on the right-hand side, you have the SB 230 revenues. That's the oil and gas extraction fees. And those are projected to be fairly level over time, with some volatility being a different type of revenue stream, right? So from a planning perspective, I think it's challenging to think about that, any growth around that revenue stream. And so what we show here is.
Shall we introduce Craig here?
Yeah, I was going to wait for the next one.
Oh, okay.
Yes. But last point here is what we assume the white lines here are the total revenues that the state's going to be collecting under these two acts. And then the violet lines being 50% of that. And as Diane had mentioned before, that there are other projects. The other main project from a state perspective is Mountain Rail. And so the assumptions as we're walking into this financial model is that 50% of this revenue would be available for Front Range and joint service. Now, if we delve a little bit into SB 230 Clean Transit Enterprise Fund, we do have the new director of the Clean Transit Enterprise Fund, Craig Seacrest, here in the audience. So I think who wants to introduce himself?
Yeah, I can do it. Oh, okay.
Thank you. So Craig Seacrest, I just recently started as the new director of the Clean Transit Enterprise. And mostly I just wanted to say hello and introduce myself. As Tom's sharing, there's a lot of money here and there's a lot of good we can do. The state's really looking forward to working with you, and I'm looking forward to working with you to figure out how we make this sizable investment really work for both Denver and the state. So I said, I'll look forward to seeing you down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Craig. And so if we take a deeper dive into that SB 230 revenue stream, the revenues that we had associated with that on the previous page is the 20% of the total revenue to be collected under it. So that is the revenue that goes to the state for the rail funding program cash fund that will be, be used for Front Range as well as Mountain Rail and potential other uses. But then that remaining 80% to be distributed for local transit operations and grants. And so all we're looking at this point in time is the 20%. And then as a potential funding partner in this, we have information here that you all should know fairly well. From an RTD capacity standpoint, you have your 1%, you have the dedicated portions, the fast tracks, and then the base system. And then when fast tracks was passed in 2004, came with certain limitations on the ability to issue debt. We don't lay all of that out here. Based on latest disclosures, roughly $300 million in principal capacity could potentially be applicable here. But just as in terms of summing that from a debt capacity standpoint, but clearly from a transit system perspective, there's voted capacity, then there's actual capacity to be able to repay that, right? And so from a cash perspective, what we laid out here is the available resources of RTD on an annual basis from sales taxes as well as released reserves. On the left-hand side, your total system, on the right-hand side from the fast tracks itself, as well as then the reserves that are being accumulated both from a FISA perspective and unrestricted reserves, as well as overall capital and operating reserves as well, going from 900 and so million down to 848 million. And this is in your 5-year forecast, right? So, I think the state doesn't necessarily have an understanding what's beyond those 5 years and the like, but I think from an available funding perspective, this is the information that is out there today. And so where does that leave this analysis? What we've tried to do here is give a simple snapshot of the potential funding gap. And we've done that in 2 snapshot years. We've done that in 2032, which is a stabilized revenue year and also year that includes all of the debt service. And then 2050 as a future year to understand what that funding gap is. And so what we have on the left are the costs, and you'll notice in 2032 as well as 2050, we're assuming some sort of level debt service structure, agnostic to the type of debt that might be, roughly $50 million of debt. And then on top of that, the O&M costs. And what you'll see is in the early years, the green bars being the state, what's available from the state revenue streams that we've laid out on the prior page, as well as fare box revenues, ancillary revenues as well, coming just short of capital, and then having a gap from an operating perspective, and that's in 2032 of roughly $39 million. And then looking out to 2050, and as the previous chart has shown, some of those revenue streams do grow. And so in 2050, if your $50 million of debt service with, summing up that $1.1 billion, equivalent to $50 million of debt service, that's after the Christie grant and state grants are applied, those state funding sources amount to over $70 million, leaving the remaining $50 million of funding gap in that later point in time. And in this 2050, we do have sort of a rough estimate for rehab and major maintenance, but that, again, as I mentioned earlier, would need to be refined and further study. And so that's where I think we would leave that, right? Sources of that gap, approaches to that gap could be both funding as well as on the operation side of things, and in terms of upfront payments or ongoing revenue streams from the various funding partners. And so I think, Diane, anything else?
No, I think that's pretty clear. And thank you, Tom, and for all this work. It all has many refinements to go through and a lot to learn. But we do, I think, believe that with respect to 184 and its March 1 requirement for answering 2 questions. One, is there enough money? And that means available, not committed, not available only for the joint service project, starter service project, but available revenue is sufficient to start a starter service by January 29. And that being true, we don't have to ask the legislature to go running around finding us another revenue stream. What we need really at this point is really political will to use monies in this way. And we hope that we can continue to work collaboratively with the state through CTIO and CTE, with Front Range Passenger Rail District and CDOT to achieve that goal of a starter service in 2029. And I believe that General Manager Johnson is going to take it from here.
Ms. Johnson.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. At this juncture, Chair, I would yield the floor to you to facilitate any questions that this body may have.
Well,
Thanks.
thank you. I did see Secretary Nicholson's hand first. Before I call the questions, just wanted to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your patience and thank you for the presentation. Secretary Nicholson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciated this the presentation and just the incredible deck that you offered. I learned a great deal about passenger rail and financing from reading all of this. It was extraordinarily information dense. The question I have when looking at this, so my understanding is basically it's 885 million in today's dollars, 1.1 billion in YOE, which I don't actually know what that stands for, but I know it's plus inflation. That's for build out, and then another like 27 million to 29 million a year for operations. And then you have debt service in there on the last slide. Help me with a simple number. Of that 885 million, how much is RTD going to be responsible for, based on what we know about all of the other revenue sources being kind of not fixed, but
Well, I think Diane, right? I mean, this is something that these numbers are fresh, right? And so I think part of the exercise would be to really take a look at breaking down those numbers, right? And what are the numbers that are attributable to the RTD portion of the work, and then what are the costs that are attributable to the intercity portions out to Fort Collins? So that is part of the question. That work has not been done at this point in time. Correct, Del?
And there's obviously lots of more work to be done. And right now you're looking at, I always like to say this, but you're looking at projections of not yet extant revenues. So it's really kind of hard to say which part is which. And but we'll be working on trying to refine for that and going forward.
Director Catlin.
Thank you. You mentioned the CTE with Craig, and then at the very end, CTIO. And I didn't see a possible revenue stream from CTIO, which is an enterprise that is based on user fees. Is there any potential to tap into the CTIO, or is the CTE supplanting that from the CDOT enterprise perspective?
I don't know the answer to that question, but we have the executive director of CTIO with us this evening, if she'd like to come up and address that. No pressure.
Hi, I'm Piper Darlington. I'm the director of, most of you might know us as the High Performance Transportation Enterprise. We're now doing business as the Colorado Transportation Investment Office. And maybe it wasn't clear in the presentation, but we are actually the recipient of the congestion impact fee that is being levied on rental cars. So when you saw that slide that Tom put up that showed the 184 projections. It is a new fee that has been directed to CTIO. So that's, within our powers to levy user fees, more traditionally tolls. But we are now receiving a new congestion impact fee that's specifically targeted towards rail and transit. So not supplanting additional authorities to the existing enterprise.
Thanks, Piper. And I'm very familiar with it.
I'm aware. You could probably teach me a thing or two.
Having HPTE was the precursor to CTIO, but the original CTE was the precursor to the CTIO. So it's coming full circle. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that there was a stake in the game, and thank you for explaining that.
First Vice Chair O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you tried to skip me, and that's because you knew I was going to talk about construction at 8 o'clock, and there's nothing more boring than talking about construction at 8 o'clock than talking about construction at 8 o'clock. I'm going to submit a few questions in writing because I'm sure they're probably still open, but there's a few things that maybe I can just rattle off that if there is an answer right now, and if not, it would be really good to have that. The escalation, I know you've got a cost of living in there at 3%. If I was looking at construction inflation, particularly buying steel and concrete over the next 5 years, that's probably a little light. And so I think having a tariff recognized escalation in there would be really appropriate. I get nervous about contingency reductions. There's nothing more dangerous than and more expensive than a cheap construction project. So I think the contingency for a rail project, particularly going through predominantly residential communities, seems to be a little bit low. The final thing is, or two things, sorry, you don't get off that easy. The backstop for overage, who owns the backstop? So if we go over budget, is it a cash call that is prorated to everybody's upfront contribution? I don't think so, because some of them are limited. So who is on the hook for an overage on the construction projects? I hope we're not going to build 3/4 of it and run out. I don't think so. And then the final piece is probably the one least well known, and that is, are we sure that this is the final request from BNSF for track improvements for the entire course of the line? I think it'd be great. I mean, we're getting out of this with a really good deal. I'm a little nervous about that going forward. And I don't, Ms. Barrett, I know you don't know most of these tonight, and I compliment you. You've got the A team. I mean, there's no one I would trust more than Tom Rasakis to sort this out. But those are kind of the macro challenges, and then I'll save everyone else the construction questions.
I love construction questions, by the way. And
You and I, we'll probably be done around 11 o'clock here. So if you want to stay around.
we should.
I wanted to, if I may just say
Ms.
a
Barrett.
quick thing. With respect to the inflation of the flat cost, we also presumed full NEPA and all of the federal stuff, which we would hope that in the effect would maybe not be necessary. And so it was not just inflation, but it's the time that it takes to get there. And if it's shorter, then it's less. So it's kind of a balancing act there.
I love that. I'm a little nervous about who's going to be running the Council on Environmental Quality and how quick your NEPA turn's going to be, but I do like the optimism.
So I do want to, talk about the contingency reductions and know that there's no contingency reductions in the low cost option that was presented. We maintained the typical historic percentages of contingency hold for individual line items, and then have the unallocated contingency on top of that to ensure that we're able to manage those types of risk. With this level of engineering effort, I didn't feel like it was prudent, nor did members of my team that looked at this, to make any significant reductions in those contingencies. There is the contingency approach on the right-hand side of the screen that has not been modeled and is not being specifically recommended, that takes a different tack on the contingency. And I'm with you, at this stage of the game, we really shouldn't be looking at that.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you very much, Director O'Keefe. Director Geisinger.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the update. I think those are all good questions. I think I've got a couple questions, but I also wanted to just add a little bit in terms of some of the history, but I think mostly by virtue of being chair when this started, which was over a year ago. I've been involved in some of the meetings, not all of them. I know our new chair is involved in some of them now as well. And I think as Patrick said, we're working with an A team now that's doing a great job at looking at this joint service. And we got the Northwest Rail report from Patrick Stanley and our team that did, I think, an excellent job. But it was $650 million cost for 1,100 riders per day. And I think for many of us, that made it a very difficult way to move forward. And at the same time, I think Front Range Passenger Rail is not ready to move forward fully. So I think this joint service approach is a really good answer. And I'm not saying that we're ready. Am I certain that this joint service is the answer? No, but I think we've made good progress in terms of answering the concerns of Westminster and Louisville and Broomfield having a station in each of those cities, because that was a big issue when we were talking intercity rail. And as I said all along, and Eric said it as well, and I know that you've heard it from others here, Deborah, that the next step is to see the full financial plan and operations plan and governance plan. I think the financial approach that we got from EY tonight was very helpful, but I guess I encourage us to keep staying the course. I think you asked some very good questions. I may have some more that I'll send along as well, but we also need the updates on ridership and some of those things. But I think we're on the road, a path that hopefully we can support. We got to see what it will cost RTD and what we get. So thank you on all that. Two quick questions. Why you said that you're hoping that NEPA, the full blown NEPA, would not be necessary. Is that because of the Northwest Rail report, or why are you thinking that that wouldn't be necessary? Or did I misunderstand you, Diane? That you assumed that it was?
No, I was just thinking, we were thinking that there may be ways to do less than the full NEPA. I've heard people talking about a CADX, for instance, depending on what the project is and how it goes. I was just thinking of maybe shortcutting some of the federal regulatory stuff, and some of which might change in the near future, possibly. So that was all I had in mind.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of EY's analysis, the 885 million went to 1.1 billion with inflation. Did you also calculate in the cost of debt service?
Yes, so the cost of debt service is in
Is
that
calculated in
analysis,
there.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Director Busick.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I would concur with Director Geisinger's comments. Maybe I'll be more blunt because I tend to be more blunt. So we did this Northwest Rail peak service feasibility study that took 2 years and cost $8 million. And in the end, it kind of tells us it might not be feasible right now, especially when you're talking about $650 million, 1,100 passengers a day, $50 per passenger subsidies. That's hard to sell to the public. I also think, as it stands now, front range passenger rail standing alone isn't feasible either. I don't think that legislation to create a taxing district is going to fly when people are going to say, we've been paying a tax for a train for years and we don't have it. Why should we pay another tax for a train that we're not going to get? So the thing that I like about this team approach is that you bring in a number of different players and a number of different funding sources to make this thing happen. Is it perfect from an RTD vision, what Northwest Rail was supposed to be? No, it's not. But the alternative is no train. So I think it's really important to continue these discussions. I'm a big fan of the train. In fact, in January of 2022, some reporter from CPR wrote an article, and the headline was RTD board elects a Boulder train champion to be its new leader as it reimagines a post-pandemic future. So when I say things like, I don't believe Northwest Rail is feasible on its own, it's not because I don't want that train. I do. It's strictly looking at the financial analysis that was done. But this joint rail service idea, I think is the way you get the train. Otherwise, you don't get the train. But the other train that we have to get along with this is the completion of the N line. So we're not going to let that one go either. Well, we'll see about those. but so anyway, I'm also looking forward to your information on boardings and subsidies per rider and so forth. And I'm sure when your service development plan is fully fleshed out, we'll see that. I also have some concerns about, I believe, some financial assumptions that are being made with regard to RTD's financial standing and whether our reserves are allocated or not allocated. I think that could be a problem. You know, we ride the roller coaster of sales tax revenue. So forecasts that we have, you know, it's like forecasting the stock market. It's not an easy thing to do. So I would also be concerned about what happens if, right? What happens if we're committed to putting in X amount of dollars and for whatever reason the economy tanks and we don't have those dollars? Is the state going to backfill the rest and bail us out? Because I would never want to see us having to cut other services to try to fund this one. So anyway, those are my comments, and I appreciate the presentation. You've done a great job both times in the recent past. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Director Busick. Treasurer Banker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also wanted to thank Director O'Keefe for raising some very important questions, and hopefully we'll get a chance to get some information. Here's a question that I have a feeling I think I know what you're going to give me the answer for. You're saying that the project is $885 million, but you did not divide it into Northwest Rail and from Longmont up to Fort Collins. Do you have any idea? And I also know we would be sharing costs for Burlington Northern costs, maintenance facility, train sets, operating, who's going to be actually operating those trains. Do you have any information as to how you might split those costs?
I did not prepare any splits of the cost information. We could begin to do that, but have not prepared that up to this point.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be helpful. And I know it's going to take a lot more work and calculations and where we are. A couple of other things, though, that I wanted to actually talk to our board about. Well, first of all, I think you probably all know I've been working on this issue for a long time. And Director Caitlin can verify that, since we had a number of conversations at a farmer's market over the years. But here's, I guess, I see so much opportunity here. One, because there's so many players, so many options, and I'm just looking at some of the revenue sources that we have that we could tap into or at least investigate. And they include, you know, the RTD reserves, which I know is something that we're all going to have a deep conversation over. We've got almost 100 million in Chrissy grants that's already, hopefully, knock on wood, that the feds are going to come through with the 66 million that they've pledged. Then we've got revenue from Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 230. I understand we still have 300 million left in bonding capacity under the old fast tracks. Here's our CFO in the back here. And then, of course, there's also the possibility of certificates of participation. And one of the other things that I'd at least like to add to that is I really do think it would be reasonable to ask some of our local governments where there are station stops to pledge some money to help build the stations. So it's not just, you know, the 2 or 3 entities that are going to be involved here. So here's another opportunity, the way I see it, with our chair, Director Guzman. He chairs our finance committee. And the next meeting that we're going to be having is we're going to be talking about a report that we have to do and provide to the governor and to the state legislature and also Front Range Passenger Rail. That is due July 1st. And the name of that report is Finishing Fast Tracks. And so I'd like to at least have a discussion here, not tonight, but you know, somewhere down the road about, with all these different revenue sources that we have out here, can we build that last station on the end line? Can we finish the last mile? Can we go to, Lucent Boulevard? You know, I'd at least like to take a look at all the different revenue sources and maybe add some other things into the mix since we have to prepare this report anyway. And so I'd like to at least have the board consider some of these things. I don't know what the answer is, but all I'm asking is that you know, give it some thought and maybe see this as an opportunity if all these revenue sources pan out. So thank you very much. I appreciate all the work that's been done. It's very exciting. And I'm looking forward to, you know, hopefully we'll be able to come to some sort of agreement in the next couple of months or late summer or sometime this year. We'll see how things go. But I want to thank you all for your work. Lots of good work has been involved here. And I'm hoping, you know, our board will consider, you know, maybe some other things and we could have a discussion on future projects. So
Thank you, Treasurer Banker. Director Harwick.
Thank you. I have just a couple questions. Do we have costs for 5 round trips?
We did not prepare costs for 5 round trips.
Do we have like just nothing? We don't have not even a ballpark?
I didn't even,
Okay.
I didn't even have my team look at that.
Okay. And then just the scheduling question. When we did this, it was 3 leaving Denver in the morning and then 3 coming back in the afternoon. Is this following that same concept, or is this like 1 round trip in the morning, one round trip at noon, 1 round trip at like 5 o'clock in the evening? And I know we probably haven't gotten into that, but I'm just curious. This is 3 round trips. Just like, were we thinking?
I think it's more the latter
Okay.
that you talked about was kind of the assumption that would be done there.
Okay. Okay. Well, no, that's it.
Thank you, Director Harwick. Director Guzman, I have next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the assumptions that you listed very boldly in your slides was that Burlington Northern Santa Fe hasn't made any commitments to this yet. So when do we find out about that? Because I think that will affect a lot of this, and bigger question for than this room can handle, because I do believe this belongs under the dome, is when the state's going to put some pressure on them to help us out here, because we can't do anything without having access to that particular stretch of track. And that may not be something for you to answer, but it's in there, right? These terms have not been negotiated fully with the NSF. That's a bold statement to put on this and bring it to any of the bodies that are going to be making decisions here. So I'd like to get some answers to that. With the CTIO question and the Senate bills that you presented, forgive my balloon popping here, but some of it sounds like the state's being wimpy from Popeye. I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. I don't know where the money's at. I don't see the money. Has it been deposited? Have you received that money? Because there was legal action that was taken by the car rental agencies almost immediately upon passage of that bill. And I don't know the results of that because I don't have time to follow that and do my job as a director here. So I do have some serious concerns about whether those revenue streams are real or best effort and we'll actually see an outcome of it, which is something as we need to look at our funding resources, need to consider. And there is always the big, we'll call it the blue elephant because we like blue animals in Colorado, which is Tabor. And we are restricted. So revenue funding sources that we have to look at, figure out and maneuver through and with our state legislature. There are some restrictions on doing that and they all require approvals. To Director Buzek's point earlier, how are taxpayers gonna approve something that they've been promised and still hasn't come to fruition? Those are the ideas running through my head, but maybe we can just start with the first one, Burlington Northern Santa Fe, if there's a response there about where we're at in talking with them, and the other two are maybe more commentary. Thank you.
With respect to the Burlington Northern, various parts of all of us are meeting with them regularly, once a week, very regularly, and they are very much involved in the planning. We have not had negotiations with them yet for this. It is too early, really. Soon, working toward it, developing relationships to help with that, et cetera. But as of yet, we have not negotiated with that. We have not completed any kind of negotiations.
Sure, I can speak to CTE funding. So first of all, about the lawsuits, that was on the retail delivery fee, not the oil. I'll let you, there we go. Sorry about that. Anyhow, the lawsuits that are challenging it were not for the oil and gas, and to the best of my knowledge, they haven't been yet. In terms of when the money actually starts flowing, the fee will start being imposed as of oil and gas produced July 1st, beginning of fiscal year 26. It takes about 5 months for the money to actually be collected, and then it'll start being flowing. So we expect to start seeing resources for SB 230 somewhere in December this year, January 2026. Because of Prop 117, the amount that can be collected for the oil and gas fund in FY26 is going to be reduced. It's probably about, I think we're thinking somewhere around 55 million. Then in FY27, we're out beyond the caps because of Prop 117, and the amount will go up to about 120. Of that, the amount available for the passenger rail portion of SB 230 is about 20%. So it's about 10 or 12 million in the first year and then goes up to somewhere at 20, 25 million. It's based on the price of oil and gas. It sort of sets thresholds for what the actual fee can be at. So, you know, we have to estimate and predict because we don't know exactly where oil and gas is going to be or how volatile it's going to be.
Dr. Guzman.
Just one quick follow-up. The reason that I asked this question, and I would love to hear from you as well. Piper, thank you. Is because our fiscal policy does not allow us to plan for funds that don't exist. And so you're talking about 2026, we have to plan a budget for 2026, and we're doing this work with you all, with the other joint members. And the numbers question is going to stay at the forefront of my mind, but we're restricted in what we can do in terms of budgeting and commitments until we know actual numbers. And so that's the impetus from my point of view, especially chairing the Finance and Planning Committee. We need real information to be able to make real decisions so we can budget appropriately and apportion correctly. So that it's not to be snarky or rude. It's not devaluing anything that's going on, but my tepid excitement about funding sources comes from that. I would love to wave around a banner saying we've got it, but we don't got it yet until it's in the bank. And that's the only way we can make a real decision. So just to be clear, I'm also in favor of getting this done. Even though I've been accused by people of not wanting the trains, that's actually incorrect factually, and I voted for them as well. So thank you.
Yeah, and just to speak specifically on the congestion impact fee, which is directed to CTIO and separate from the oil and gas fee, we did start collecting that fee. So yes, there is litigation on that fee currently. There was not a permanent injunction on the fee, so we are collecting it currently, even though it's being litigated by the Attorney General's office. So we started collections on January 1st. So the pump is still getting primed, right? Department of Revenue is collecting that on our behalf and then transmitting it to CDOT, CTIO for this purpose. So to your point, it is new, right? And I this morning had a meeting with our revenue analyst to make sure that, where are we tracking in general? Because CDOT does collect other fees on rental cars, and those are tracking pretty close to their projections. So I'll be doing the same thing, because you're right, we are just starting to get these dollars in the door. So, similar to other CDOT processes, we are allowed to kind of plan within an anticipated amount of revenue for the fiscal year, which this current year is just shy of 28 million. So I want to make sure we're going to get there too by the end of this year. As Diane mentioned, this is forecasted to be on average roughly $100 million a year, for the next 30 million years. So totally appreciate the point, and it is a new fee. But if we look at other rental car fees that CDOT collects, we are tracking pretty close to those forecasts. So I'll be looking at this one too.
Thank you very much. I see Secretary Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I think I said in the last meeting, I'm a massive rail fan. I want to see this project get done as much as anybody. I want to say yes to the dress, so to speak. But I also found myself nodding in complete agreement with what Director Busick was saying, which is, we have to ask ourselves whether or not the process we're undergoing makes financial sense at the end of the day, because we have a ton of other stakeholders out there who rely on all the other services we run. One of the things that I didn't understand about this project until last week is the manner in which it is disconnected from Front Range Passenger Rail, in the sense that if we never go to the ballot for Front Range Passenger Rail, if that just doesn't happen, this moves forward with us and all the money that we have. And I'm not sure that, I don't know if that's necessarily clear to everybody in the same way that, this starter service could exist whether or not Front Range Passenger Rail happens. I kind of want to get a sense from your end, how do you see the connection at this point? And, since we've all talked about Front Range Passenger Rail going to the ballot in 2026, functionally, why shouldn't we just wait to see if the voters want passenger rail before we decide if we're going to do this? Because if they say no, shouldn't we take that as an indication that maybe this is not a good use of money?
Ms. Barrett.
Well, I could argue either way. I think Front Range Passenger Rail going to the ballot would be fabulous. I think that we can look at what an existing train service, as inexpensive and as short as it is, once it's started and once there's actually action and people know that Colorado can do rail and can move forward with intercity passenger rail, I just think it would be a boost for Front Range Passenger Rail. But certainly you have a very good point, and it's a nice thing to know that political will is up to you. And I can't say any more.
Secretary. So I just, one thing to sort of piggyback on that. Let's say we do green light this later this year, which when I asked last time, we didn't have an exact date of when we would make that call, but sometime in the next, year or so. We wouldn't probably even start construction until, I would think, late 2026, early 2027. It takes a while to do all of these things. So isn't it reasonable to think that, you mentioned the voters would see that we're able to get these things done? It sounds like the voters wouldn't be able to see much of anything getting done by the time that Front Range Passenger Rail got on the ballot. And so I just kind of want to get a feel for, like, again, why are we doing this now, not next year? And I understand the cost of capital. That makes total sense to me. It's going to be maybe a little more expensive if we wait a little bit. But there are downsides as well, right?
So I would love to say I could foretell exactly when construction would start, but I do believe there are opportunities for early construction activity that could occur. We talked about some of the NEPA processes that could be expedited, and that could facilitate earlier construction than some of the dates that you indicated there. A lot of this work needs to be on the existing lines that is out there. Much of that may not require any environmental clearance to pursue. There could be physical progress that you could show voters for the future Front Range Passenger Rail that we have made progress very quickly here. I'm not saying that everything could be done by 26, but I certainly believe that there are actions that could be taken that expedite construction that may not necessarily have to go through a full-blown NEPA effort.
Secretary.
Promise this is my last thing. I just want to, say, I really am not trying to be a pain in the tuchus, as my mother would say, because I can't say the other thing. But we are here today because the board back in 2000 and 2002 and 2004 wasn't that. Some people even would say they were dishonest in the projections that they put forward and the promises that were made. They didn't ask the hard questions, and so they ended up with a project they couldn't pay for. And they ended up with some really bad things that were put together. My biggest concern is that I come out of this in 8 years, and I look back and I say, I made the responsible decision, not the reckless decision. I did not go and spend money on something that, wow, we can build the big thing, we can build the monorail, and then look back later and be like, and RTD's budget was just gone as a result of that. And now we're on the hook for a massive capital project we can't afford. So please help us find a way to make this pencil. I really want to do it, but we got to nail down all the details for at least for me to be able to say yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add, as it relates to the conversation, recognizing that there has been conversations with BNSF, not ones that RTD has had independently by any stretch of the imagination, but recognizing that we had to confer with BNSF as we did the Northwest Rail Peak feasibility study to ascertain whether or not we would actually have a project. And with that as the backdrop going forward, as it relates to Front Range Passenger Rail and this joint effort, BNSF has made clear that they need to know who's on first, meaning that they can't have some disparate approach relative to RTD, relative to Front Range Passenger Rail, or this joint service. Who are they going to engage with? So I wanted to add that to the conversation because I think that is a very germane point for this body to understand relative to what could happen and what may not happen if in fact there's not one person on first. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Catlin.
Thank you. Dale, you were talking about there are some areas of NEPA that we might be able to streamline. And I believe that because there's been plenty of work done. And traditionally, when you do an environmental impact statement, you have to look at a myriad of alternatives, and we have narrowed it down to an alternative or a couple of different alternatives. So I believe you on that. And I just, having done a number of NEPA studies, I think that there could be some streamline. I guess what I would be interested in seeing was that anything that we invested or committed to invest would not be a throwaway, that it would have utility for other purposes. And I guess I would like to see that in your analyses going forward. And I don't want you to answer that tonight because that's additional work. But I think to give some reassurance that we wouldn't have anything that would be a throwaway, that it would be used for future investments would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Director Risha?
Thank you, sir. So I just wanted to make a comment about the FISA, which I believe an esteemed journalist quoted a former very esteemed chair as calling our sacred cow. It just like I think some of us could get behind a sizable contribution from the FISA, say for like PTC or some capital cost or outlay, but the FISA was not created for O&M, and we don't tap into that generally, right? And so I feel like just that we keep talking about the FISA like it's going to be funded in perpetuity, and then we will use those funds in a very different way for which they were created for, does make me a bit nervous. And so I think I just want to caution that that would require a really radical paradigm shift at RTD and with a board. And I mean, just, FISA has a very long history, and that's not, but I see not just in this, but in previous projections and also the white paper from last year, this idea that we would tap into FISA, that the RTD funds for O&M, for one project. And that is, again, just a sharp deviation. It's from what we use it for, and that's not in our current fiscal policy. So that would require, that might be, it's just its own heavy lift with the board. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Are there any other directors at this time to make comments or questions? Well, I would encourage our directors who might have additional questions to get those to the board office, and then we can relate this back to Ms. Barrett. I do want to thank you all again for your presentation. Thank you very much for your patience. I know we're at a late evening, and we greatly appreciate your guys' time. So
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. All right. Moving forward, folks, we're going to start doing our committee reports. Committee Chair Busick, anything to report from audit?
Yes, and I have a slide deck for the board. Thanks very much. So the audit committee met on February 13, 2025 at 2 p.m. Director Catlin was kind enough to nominate me as the chair, and I was elected chair of the audit committee. Jim Brendel, vice chair. We had a report from Plant Moran, our external financial auditing firm, regarding audit plan and pre-audit communications. We also had discussions from Ruben Brown, our internal audit plan and audit plan update. We had one action item that passed unanimously out of the audit committee, and it is on the consent agenda. It is the external auditor summary scope of work. So hopefully that gets through the unanimous consent agenda. I just want to say, just as a way of background, the audit committee is not one of the sexy committees. It's kind of like the audit committee. It's like, really, the audit committee? So back in 2022, my signature is on the audit committee charter. So I was the one who implemented it, but it came on the back of a lot of people's work, primarily Director Catlin, who from the minute I got on this board was screaming about audits, because back then in 2019, audit? What's that? We got into a little bit of trouble with the state as a result, but boy, I tell you, we've come a long way with regard to the audit work that RTD is doing now. So very pleased to do that. Next meeting, March 13, 2 p.m. Be there, be square. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair Busick. Finance and Planning Committee report, Committee Chair Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finance and Planning met February 11th. We approved our committee work plan to move forward to the board with the others. We discussed our certificates of participation, Series 2015A, that's on consent tonight, and the FTA grant authorization from our dear colleague letter from the U.S. Department of Transportation FTA request that we received. Our next meeting will be March 11th at 5:30 p.m. And we have a pretty good group of discussion topics, not the least of which is our fiscal policy review. The Finance Fast Tracks report that was referred to earlier by Vice Chair Banker on the Finance and Planning Committee will also be discussed. And we will get a rundown of, I believe, the 2024 budget to actuals review will be presented that night. Couple of other things that are going to be going over for educational purposes and discussion purposes. So tune in.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair Guzman. Committee Chair Rusha.
Thank you, sir. Operations, Safety, and Security met on February 6th in a special meeting to discuss and finalize elements of our committee work plan. We met again for our regular meeting on February 12th, where said work plan was passed unanimously, as well as the light rail camera contract appropriation to retrofit 157 LRVs. So that is on the consent agenda tonight. We also passed out of committee the following, although not unanimously: a summary scope of services authorization for contracted security services and funding access on demand for the current year, 2025, up to $15.8 million and some change. Any monies that, if they're not used, would just go back into the unrestricted general fund. That's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair Rusha. Committee Chair Guzman, back to you for performance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Performance Committee met February 3rd. It seems like forever ago, and yet it's so close. We had the discussion of our committee work plan. We did delay it because we were preoccupied with the first month's work, so we will have another conversation about that Monday coming. The strategic plan documents were presented by Deborah, General Manager CEO Deborah Johnson, and just a discussion about what that is and where we're going with it. And we had a conversation about what board briefing documents should look like. If you have not submitted your comments or questions to the board office on that, please make sure you do so. I have not received anything on the record, Jack, so you can hear that. But if you have, great. If you have not, reminders to directors to do so. No actions were taken. It was only discussion at that meeting. Our next meeting is March 3rd at 8 a.m. Note the time change, 8 o'clock a.m. We need to allow ourselves some extra time because this will be the first of our quarterly one-on-ones with Deborah. So we will adjourn into executive session in that meeting. But there's some other issues that we need to deal with first. I encourage the attendance of all of the directors, if possible, to be in that meeting. I would anticipate at least the last hour of that meeting from 9 to 10 to be the important part of our executive ability to have a one-on-one with our general manager CEO. The first part of the meeting will be the business of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, committee chairs, and thank you for being brief but precise. Moving forward, the board and committee minutes were, approval of board meeting minutes and committee reports. The board and committee minutes were included in the board packet. Are there any corrections from directors for the minutes to be approved this evening? Yes, Director Rusha.
Oh, wow. I wish you would have called in Director Chandler because I got to find where I wrote that. Packet page, I'm 57.
57, yep.
Yeah, at the bottom, it says that the motion was defeated, but it passed. So that was a typo. Thanks.
I already connected with the board office and they corrected them.
Oh.
So.
Board office, we're good?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for pointing that out. Anyone else? Excellent. Unless there is objection to considering the minutes of all at the same time, may I please have a motion to approve the minutes for the following meetings: January 28th, special board meeting; January 28th, board meeting; February 3rd, performance committee; February 6th, operations, safety and security committee; February 11th, finance and planning committee; February 12th, operations, safety and security committee; February 13th, audit committee; February 20th, executive committee. All of these meetings took place in 2025.
So moved, Guzman.
I heard Guzman as the mover.
Rusha.
Rusha is the second. Is there any discussion? Moving on. We'll now call for a vote. Are there any no votes? Motion passes 15-0. Sorry if I'm going a little too quick for anyone, but stop me. Excellent. So I believe we are moving on to the chair's report. I did have several items for you guys tonight, but I will condense it for us in sake of time. So good. So I wanted to start off with tonight's report with just a giant thank you to our operators and our frontline workers. I greatly appreciate the comments from our employees that we heard tonight. It was real to hear from these stories from our employees, and it keeps us as a board informed. So I just wanted to, as a board, just give a round of applause for our employees, our frontline workers, our operators, those who keep this system moving. So I'm going to just give a round of applause for that. Big things I wanted to address in today's report. As you all saw from our friends Jonathan and Patrick, you guys should have seen a report from our board retreat that happened earlier this month. 3 main goals has been established as a board for us for this year. The first one being establishing an efficient process for the board of directors to create short-term goals for the GM CEO prior to finalization of the annual budget. Thank you, Directors O'Keefe and Directors Larson, for helping with this. I've been told that you guys have already been working with staff, so I just wanted to appreciate both of you for that. The second goal, RTD directors will expand engagement with public stakeholders to grow the number of communication channels between multiple communities in the agency. Again, this goal, I think, as you'll see from our staff, we are going to be able to track how often we're going to be meeting with our stakeholders. Who are we meeting? That's going to allow us to know what gaps we need to reach. You know, do we need to be reaching with our chambers of commerce more? Do we need to be reaching with our nonprofits more? Again, we hear from the public. We want to make those connections. And I believe this goal, and I believe this board is ambitious enough to continue growing that public engagement. Finally, ensure a structural system is in place for directors to create an active policy agenda that encourages more director-initiated items throughout this year. That is our policy form. And I wanted to thank all of you for utilizing it because you can see the work and the say that you want for this board and for your standing committees go forward based on you guys filling out that policy form. And this is a living form. I do want to emphasize that. Finally, again, I'm reducing this. In tonight's report, I just want to put a note of caution for everyone. I believe this country's public sector is under attack. We've seen overreaching of cuts at the federal level, and I believe future cuts will impact this agency. It is our responsibility as a board to protect our public transit here in Colorado. When we are making decisions as a board, we need to always think of those who are most dependent on our system. I want you to remember the students who are able to ride for free on the 20. I want you to remember the single mom who can't afford a car but relies on the E to get to her job every day. I want you to remember the dad who is transit dependent because of a disability and counts on a lift from Access-a-Ride. These are the folks who are relying on our system. These are the folks who are ultimately fighting for. We need to be prepared for the worst while fighting for the best. Thank you all for your continued support. I'm optimistic we'll make it through make it through times of turmoil, as long as we remember those of the folks who got us to the seats where we're at. So thank you all. That is my chair's report for this month. Ms. Johnson, I hand it over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good evening once again, board members, Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO. This evening, I will share a few highlights that are structured around our strategic plan and our 4 strategic priorities. Related to the strategic priority of community value, on Monday, February 3rd, I, along with you, Chair Bouquet, and Carl Green Jr., who serves as the Director of Civil Rights, participated as speakers in an event dedicated to Transit Equity Day, which was February 4th. The event was held at the I Have a Dream statue at City Park. It honored national civic leaders who strove for the advancement of civil rights and equality for all. In addition to RTD's participation, there are many different individuals representing the NAACP, the Chief Vision Officer of Colorado Council for Urban Development, as well as the Executive Director of National Organizations for Youth Safety. Both gave remarks. On Wednesday, February 12th, I participated in the Colorado Transportation Summit hosted by Microsoft, Accenture, and Esri, which was a day-long event bringing together transportation practitioners, thought leaders, elected officials, and academia. I had the pleasure to engage in a panel discussion centered on expanding and optimizing regional transportation in Colorado. The panelists engaged in a wide-ranging discussion that included topics such as land use, affordability, sustainability, while fostering a more connected and resilient community. This discussion was moderated by David Fisher from the University of Denver's Transportation Institute, and the other panelists included Will Torr from the Colorado Energy Office, Doug Rex, who serves as the Executive Director of the Denver Regional Council of Governments, which is the Metropolitan Planning Organization, as well as Tom Coleman, who serves as the Vice President of Innovation for WSP. Related to customer excellence and furtherance of RTD's 2024-2025 strategic initiatives of a welcoming transit environment, on January 28th, RTD announced that the agency's police department launched an internal detective bureau, which allows the agency to pursue investigations for criminal activities that occur on RTD property as well as across jurisdictions. RTD PD Commander Brian Cousineau serves as the Bureau's lead, and 2 transit police officers were promoted internally, Fabian Rodriguez and Brian Berry, to add to the rank of detective and lieutenant and detective respectively. A 3rd detective, Craig Tangeman, formerly of the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, joined RTD on January 21st. As some of the directors heard during the training session pertaining to security and RTD PD activities, the Bureau will enable RTD to directly perform investigations on thefts and any other criminal activity that may occur on its property, anything that affects the ability of customers to utilize the system safely. The Bureau will help RTD pursue prosecuting personal crimes involving any threat or use of force, and includes felony level narcotics violations across the agency's system or property. Moving forward, as it relates to the same strategic initiative, talking about the customer experience and community value, the customer and community outreach process for the May 2025 service change effort is currently underway. Staff is gathering feedback on the proposed changes through Thursday, March 6th via online surveys, virtual meetings, as well as a Ask a Service Planner session, which is something we have introduced as of recently, using an online form and through community events. RTD has already received more than 1,000 individual responses from customers and stakeholders when we launched this earlier in the year for the May service change, and a dashboard describing the changes is available on the agency's website. A descriptor indicating the type of change proposed for each line and route is included for each service. So for example, the listing for Route 44 bus indicates that the adjustments include both schedule timing and a service increase. The dashboard also includes those routes that include adjustments contemplated in the system optimization plan, which is RTD's former branded comprehensive operations analysis, such as the free Metro ride, the Route 153, Route NB1 and NB2 would service Boulder, Nederland, and Eldora Ski Resort. Another element I want to touch upon to better serve customers, RTD has updated its real life tracking, vehicle tracking feature on the Next Ride application. The feature, formerly known as Commute, in the web-based trip planning application is now called a live tracker, so you don't need a decoder ring to ascertain what that actually means. That update went live on February 6th. And as I said, it better explains the functionality, which allows customers to locate buses and trains in real time on a map. And a system project is also underway to improve the real-time tracking of light rail vehicles across the network. The backend update is scheduled to launch in Q2 of 2025 and will ensure that scheduled information on digital signage at rail station is more accurate for customers in alignment with the agency's 2024-2025 strategic initiative of customer and community connections. Related to employee ownership, just want to acknowledge the efforts that have been made over the course of, 5+ years. On Monday, February 3rd, the Colorado Supreme Court issued an order denying a petition for certiorari by Denver Transit Partners, my Latin isn't good, bringing RTD's years, especially at this time of night, years-long litigation with the commuter rail concessionaire to a close. As the board is aware, DPT sued RTD in 2018, claiming approximately $111 million in damages tied to crossing gate issues. A 4-week bench trial began in September of 2020, and in February 2023, the district court issued an order in judgment finding in RTD's favor on those claims. DPT appealed the judgment to the Colorado Court of Appeals. In May 2024, the panel ruled in RTD's favor. That means Colorado Supreme Court will not review DTP's appeal, and the district court's original judgment in RTD's favor will stand. I want to extend my sincere thanks and commendations to RTD's legal eagles, one of them sitting next to me to the left, as well as outside counsel, Dorsey and Whitney, for the tireless work on this matter. And I also extend my appreciation to Denver Transit Partners for their continued partnership and commitment toward transit service delivery in the Denver metro region. Also, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the intrepid RTD employees who battled the elements this past week to continue to deliver transit services amidst the winter weather event that dropped as much as 18 inches of snow in certain parts of RTD's service area. Individuals showed up and showed out and continue to do so during the course of the week and beyond. And then lastly, just yesterday, Monday, February 24th, I was pleased to announce the appointment of Angel Pena as the agency's inaugural Deputy Chief Executive Officer. I look forward to having Angel at the next board meeting as he starts just a few days before our next board meeting, where he will have an opportunity to introduce himself. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO GM Johnson. Any questions or comments? Yes, Treasurer Banker.
Since we won this court judgment for 110 million, 111, does that mean that Denver Transit is going to owe us that money? Where does that go?
Ms. Snyder.
Or we don't have to pay them?
Yes, thank you for the question, Director Benker. The funds were already paid out, so the costs were already expended by DTP, that those were costs that they incurred with flaggers along the various, at the various rail crossings. So we will just not be, we will just not owe them any kind of reimbursement.
Yes, Director Chan.
Does that also mean that somebody else is going to pay those costs for attorney fees, et cetera, or is that just something that we absorb?
Ms. Snyder.
There won't be any further litigation about costs or fees. That's already been resolved at the district court level.
Excellent.
Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, we're going to move on to our unanimous consent. There are 4 items on the unanimous consent agenda listed under section 15, actions A through D. Those items are for certificates of participation, series 2015A, refinancing, authorizing resolution for FTA funding, light rail vehicle cameras retrofit, external auditor summary scope of work approval, and contracting authorization. If anyone has a change to, discussion on, or questions about the item, please feel free to advise the chair at this time. I'll be happy to pull it from unanimous consent to recommended action. Anyone want to poll? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved, Guzman.
Guzman.
Second.
Guzman, Busick. Thank you. Excellent. All right, that's going to move us on to our recommended action. Oh. It's 9:10 at night. My apologies. Are there any no votes? Seeing none, the motion will pass 15-0. Thank you guys for reminding me of that. All right. So there are 3 recommended actions on the agenda tonight, listed under section 16 for actions E, F, and G. We are hitting our time barrier for 9:30, so I am going to get us through E and F, hopefully, and then I will see if we do want to take an extension or not to address G. So the first action, E, is for 2025 access on demand funding for the board of directors to authorize the general manager and CEO or her designee to provide additional funding, $15,814,441 for the access on demand program, raising The not to exceed amount from 21.9 to 37.8 million, and delegation authority to amend the contracts with existing providers to increase the current amount of program funding for the remainder of the term of the contracts, which expires December 31st, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second, Guzman.
I got Whitmore as the mover, I got Guzman as the second. Is there any discussion on this item? Yes, Director Pagliari.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that we had a facilitated discussion during the Operation Safety and Security Committee meeting on February 12th. Myself, along with other directors, were able to voice our concerns at that meeting. I ask that all directors vote in favor of funding Access on Demand. I acknowledge that there is more discussion to be had around the long-term success to ensure the continuation of this great program, which will be had in the OSS committee. So I ask for all yes votes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pagliari. Any further comments? Yes, Secretary Nicholson.
I can defer to.
Treasurer Banker.
More of a question is this particular program, Access on Demand, is it now available to everyone that's living in the RTD district, or is it just certain zip codes?
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just by way of background, when the program started, it was a pilot program and it was only within 4 zip codes. Now it is RTD service area wide as it relates to Access on Demand.
Interesting.
Treasurer Banker.
Thank you. Also, I understand there's been some review of this program. When does that come to the board?
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you very much. So as indicated by Director Pagliari, noticing that he basically stated OSS, it's coming next month as a discussion item relative to both services, the ADA mandated paratransit program under the American with Disability Act of 1990, as well as the supplemental premium service being Access on Demand. We are going to bring all of that as it relates to various elements in which we've garnered feedback that was based upon the American Public Transportation Association's peer review and the recommendations and all the legwork that we've done as staff.
But that's just a discussion item.
It's a discussion item so we can provide information relative to this group so you guys have an understanding of where we are. And then as we go forward with feedback that we'll garner from this body, would bring back an action item. Hence, that's why this funding aspect aside of what was appropriated, adding in the additional monies is prudent because we don't know what we don't know relative to the timeline, since we want to ensure that we are having full-fledged discussion with this collective body.
Okay, because my only concern is we're asking for a supplemental and we're not even 2 months into our fiscal year. So that would be my concern. But thank you.
Secretary Nicholson.
I'm the individual that ran the amendment in committee to not approve the additional $2 million. And the reason fundamentally is that I think that it makes sense for us to consider the changes to the program first and then look at whether we need the additional money, not to approve additional money and then consider whether or not we're going to make changes to the program. So I'm going to do now what I should have done then, which is going off of what GMCO Johnson just said, which is this is going to come up next month for discussion in committee, and then it's going to come to the board for action in May. I respectfully move to lay this item over to the June meeting after we have taken action on the paratransit modifications agenda item.
Yes, Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry.
Thank you very kindly for the opportunity to speak. If in fact the board decides to lay this over, let me be clear that we will not be able to go forward with the Access on Demand program. As indicated previously, this money was appropriated in the budget. I am coming before you to receive delegation so we could go delegation of authority to leverage those funds to support this program. So if this action isn't taken up, we will not be able to continue the program beyond February 28th. I want to be clear about that. And then more so, I'll take the opportunity to comment when we talk about where we are in the year and we're coming back for supplemental money. I also want to ensure that everybody is cognizant of where we stand. There are a couple of elements upon which we don't know what we don't know. Meaning in the previous administration, there was a proposed policy statement that was put out at the federal government as it relates to drug and alcohol testing for on-demand programs such as this. That would be required of transportation network companies, which we have leveraged to utilize as means of transport for this program. The reason why it's imperative that we actually have additional monies relative to the 2 million, because those comments were just submitted to the federal government via the Federal Register, and RTD participated along with the American Public Transportation Association. We don't know what may shake out, meaning that we could be in a place where we have a program or we may not have a program. Hence, that's where we are with the delay. Some of these things are external factors beyond our control relative to the Federal Transit Administration trying to clean up guidance that was issued that was geared toward taxi cab companies. I know I'm throwing a lot of information with you, but I want you to know that we have been good fiduciaries, but we are planning for unknown variables as we've talked about what's happening at the federal government, and to the point where we want to ensure that we can optimize and sustain paratransit services, whether it's ADA mandatory or whether they're premium supplemental. That is our intent here, but I would just offer up, if this program does not go forward, we are not able to, if the vote doesn't go forward in the manner of which has been outlined, we would be more or less not providing the access on demand service after February 28th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Secretary Nicholson.
I withdraw my amendment based on the comments of GM CEO Johnson.
Thank you, sir. Director Catlin.
Thank you. And actually, thank you, GM CEO Johnson, for clarifying that. And I was just going to say, I was a little bit nervous about adding the $2 million to the budget, but given your explanation, I understand it. But I would like to see an accounting of what we get for that $2 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Chandler.
My question is to GMC Johnson, does that mean that if we do not approve the additional monies, the entire program collapses? I mean, that doesn't quite make sense. If the additional, or is it the entire, if this is not passed today, the entire program goes away? I mean, I don't understand that point.
Yes, thank you. So what I understood from Secretary Nicholson, he asked, could we lay over this item until June? What I was speaking to is there was an appropriation put forward in the budget that was adopted by the Board of Directors on December 3rd, 2024. I'm seeking a delegation of authority from this body to ensure that that money goes forward, i.e. the 13.8 million. The 2 million is in relationship to what I described relative to the impending proposed policy statement and the various variables we don't know about relative to drug and alcohol testing pursuant to Federal Transit Administration guidelines that would be inflicted upon transportation network companies. Thank you.
So I have
Director
an
Chandler.
additional question then. So we could fund the entire program as budgeted without that additional $2 million tonight, and then perhaps bring that question back up in a couple of months when we do know more information. I just don't want to see the program go away, but I also don't want to incur this additional cost that we, as you said, we don't know what we don't know. So why don't we perhaps table that portion of it, fund the program, and put that on the burner till the next opportunity we have to discuss it, which would mean we would have additional information.
I saw Director Rusha next.
Oh, thanks. I hope I'm not out of order. I wanted to just make a procedural comment. So per Robert's rules, if that's what Director Chandler would want to do, then Director Chandler, you would be welcome to offer that amendment, just like we did in committee, and then see if it would pass here. So that would be the procedural move, and I hope that was not
Understandable.
one. So, but it's possible that we could do that tonight.
Yes, Director Guzman.
As a point of order, this has already been budgeted. The $2 million question you are asking is not the correct way to approach this conversation. This is for the delegation of authority to utilize what was already approved by the board previous to your arrival for this year. And so in that, the $2 million is not up for debate or amendment at this point, because you would be reducing the entire year's budget by that amount and going backwards to 2024. So if we are not talking about delegation of authority here, then I would say we need to move back to the orders of the day or call the question.
Secretary Nicholson.
Yeah. So two things very quickly. So we did already have a discussion on cutting the 2 million we lost. I think that it is perfectly reasonable to say that, what happens in committee, we shouldn't relitigate necessarily questions that happen in committee, much as I disagree with. But I would say, and I'll just point of information from GMCO Johnson, what was budgeted was the original 13 million. This request does add $2 million from the reserves to pay for. So this is going above what was budgeted in 2025. That you made your argument for it. We had that discussion. So I'm fine calling the question. We got to move on, as you said. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you just do the thing.
So the question has been called. Are there any no votes on this matter? Okay, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Director Banker. Director Busick.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
No.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Gucciardo.
Yes.
Director Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
C.
Director O'Keefe.
Yes.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Ruscio.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. It'll pass 14-1. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We're going to try to get the second action item, which is item F.
RTD after dark.
I've been teaching middle schoolers since 7:30, so this is the contracted security services for the board of directors to approve the summary of scope of work for a solicitation for security services. Do I have a motion?
Yeah.
So moved.
Busick's the mover. Geisinger heard as a second. Is there any discussion on this?
Very quickly.
Yes, Secretary.
Yeah, I just wanted to call out the incredible work of Director Pagliari in updating this motion in committee. It was a thoughtful amendment, and for I think one of his first pushes to do this. It was, I think, moved us in a very good direction on this one, and it's good. The question of the actual contract is going to come back to the board, and we'll get an actual look at it because of the work of Brett. So I just wanted to say thank you for what you did there.
Thank you, Secretary. Any further discussion? Yes, Director Pagliari.
Thank you, Director Nicholson. Just to clarify what he said in simpler terms, it was presented in the OSS committee as approving the summary of scope and pre-authorizing the delegation. It's too late. I can't think of the word for delegating the funding, but we split that into two. So now we'll have another vote on it later in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pagliari. Any further comments or questions on this matter? Are there any no votes? Seeing none, the motion passes. The recommended action passes 15-0. Pardon me. I will now entertain. So I'm recommending that we take a 10-minute break before we get to our final. So can we do this in 5 minutes? We would have to vote for an extension. Mr. Kroll.
So your bylaws stipulate that after 4 hours of a meeting business, you would complete the item under consideration and then vote to extend. Technically, you could take a motion now, get the item on the table. At that point, you don't have to take another motion to extend, and then you can tackle that. You could take a quick break once you put it on the table, though.
Seems like there's
and please do, because the cart provider is very frantically keeping up with everything.
Okay, sounds good. So put that to a vote to extension then, or okay.
No, we just the motion on the table so that now the clock,
I'm so sorry.
The clock basically extends until that item's finished.
Is there a motion or is there a mover?
So moved.
Second.
I got O'Keefe and I got Geisinger.
Yeah. So the motion would need to be to adopt the amend position as recommended by the executive committee.
Yes, so the motion is to adopt a position on Senate Bill 25-161 regarding transit reform. And we had O'Keefe as the mover and
Specifically, the position as recommended by the
by
executive.
the position
committee.
recommended by the executive committee. Thank you for correcting me and saying that in the record. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Oh, sorry. No, we're just making a motion. We're going to take a 10-minute break because Cart has to reload for us. We're going to come back.
You're going to come back, but now that it's on the floor, you don't have to vote.
We don't have to do
extend
the extension
meeting
now,
to get
so.
through the discussion. Is that?
Let's do a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 9:37.
If we did anything else, we'd have
Cart
to
is
take a
the
vote.
communication, yeah.
I don't think we know.
They gotta get a human being.
Well, I don't.
You're doing fine, bud.
One more. We can do
You're
it.
doing fine, man.
We can do it.
We're here to help.
So I have my two amendments.
I got you on that. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Yeah, and he hit it pretty late. Yeah, they were kicking around. Got it up to 5 points lead. 7 points. Yeah. I'll take a 1 point. Yeah. Just like, because they're looking ahead to Utah State.
They've got a much tougher road.
It's a damn good team. I know.
Why are we even having this conversation?
Yeah, we got it handed to us.
No, it's
in
no,
Logan.
yeah.
They had like 10,000 seat place packed. Their students are one of the best student organized cheering sections in the whole NCAA. Yeah. Yeah.
She didn't say.
It's gonna be out of your entire program's gonna collapse.
Right, that was not.
I was like.
Right. We already did that, and so it's like, there's no, you know what I mean, like, I don't wanna relitigate.
Yeah, I wanted to finish it. That's why.
No, exactly, that's a very reason, I completely understand why you voted the way you did it. I do.
I guess you know. I'm not, I wouldn't be.
Sure. Keith and the Geisinger of the Mover. One minute warning.
You do that, that'd be. I know, man, over here. Like the guys that remember fire alarm. And there's like, that's like Las Vegas, there's a camera. Everyone's way too late. I gotta get this done and then.
If you think about it, the meeting's been only 2.5 hours.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll just say.
and I actually thought they did a good job.
I thought it was
of
good.
not saying this.
All right, directors, let's take our seats. We got to keep this going. Sure. This one? Yeah.
There's some Mentos if you want them.
Perfect. Yep.
So after this item is done, then you can either take a motion to adjourn, or you can take a motion to continue.
I'm keeping it going. I'm doing all that.
Not much left.
All right, folks. Let's wrap this meeting up. Let's come back, directors. We got one more recommended action.
You think it's so.
Huh?
You think it's so. One
That-
more recommended action.
See my little grandson? Aw, it's a little Gingy. the red one. What's that? What's that? The what? The kids that were murdered in Gaza. The redheads?
Just there, those are the only consent.
Oh, the- Terrible.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we are in the middle of our final action, which is item G. I did hear Director O'Keefe as the mover and Director Geisinger as the second. I do also understand that Director Nicholson would like to do the following. First, he would like to divide the question, meaning he'll make a motion to ask the board to vote on each of.
That's incorrect.
You do not want it.
I just want to run amendments on the original motion.
Okay,
So-
so Director Nicholson would like to run some amendments on the original motion.
Yeah.
Director Nicholson.
Do you want to explain the motion? Because we didn't do any of the first.
Sure.
Like part of it where you talk about and have a discussion. So, yeah, let you introduce it and everything.
Hope I didn't mess it up.
So the first requested change, which deals with the composition of the proposed accountability committee, the bill currently calls for 2 current RTD board members to participate in the proposed committee as non-voting members. The executive committee is recommending that we request that 2 members to be voting members. The second recommended position from the executive committee, which is included in the composition of the proposed accountability committee, to place 2 former RTD directors as voting members of the proposed committee. The final and third recommended position from the executive committee, which is to oppose the addition of ex officio members on the RTD board of directors. So again, there are 3 major amendments that the executive committee is proposing. Secretary Nicholson.
Yeah, so not to be pedantic, but I think for those watching at home and just, because we haven't really talked about it in the meeting, it might be helpful to introduce what we're talking about, like what this is and what it is we're making changes to and, that stuff, just so that we can have that on the record before we move on to amendments.
Sure, absolutely. So to give context again, SB 25-161 is going to be a transit reform bill. We specifically, the executive committee is recommending our amendments that will go towards the governance side and specifically a proposed accountability committee. So these are where our recommended positions will be. It is 3 recommended amendments that the executive committee is recommending. Again, changing it so that 2 of the current board members actually become voting members on this accountability committee, adding 2 former directors as voting members to this accountability, and finally recommending that we do not add ex officios to this board. Again, for some historical context, the voters decided in the 1980s to make this an elected board of 15. So that is our 3 amendments. That is kind of the background between SB 25-161 And Secretary Nicholson, are you ready to address your amendments?
I am. I have additional questions for GM CEO Johnson, but I'm happy to do my amendments first and then take those under the main motion after we've done the
Sure.
amendments. So thank you all. So I'm going to move and then I'm going to talk about. So I move to amend the motion to add the requested amendment displayed on the screen. This amendment, as it shows up on the thing, expands the mandate of the Accountability Commission to include a historical review of RTD's governance, performance, and major policy decisions over its 45-year history with an elected board. So if, for those of you who've taken the time to read the legislation, the mandate of this accountability committee that will look at what we do is extraordinarily limited. It focuses specifically on governance, pay, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
Secretary Nicholson, sorry
yes.
to interrupt you. Is there a second for him to continue?
Yes.
Yes, Treasurer Banker.
Clarification. Are we doing these one at a time, not as a set?
The motion that he just put, like the point of it. So yeah, I have two amendments. I'm going to do one each so that we can vote on them separately.
Thank you.
Yeah, to be clear. So yes, two amendments. We're looking at the first one. So to talk about it now, thank you, Treasurer Banker, and I apologize for just starting talking. The scope of the Accountability Committee right now is extremely limited. If you look at the process that was gone through last year with the RTD reform bill that was killed, the analysis that was in their documents that looked at RTD and why a change should take place was extraordinarily limited. It was a handful of pages that basically compared us to other transit agencies and said, they have this many appointed members, they, have this scope of work. And there was no analysis at all about the work that RTD had done and where we had been successful over the years and where we had been unsuccessful. There was no learning about what made us work and what didn't. And so I think it's incumbent upon us as they are moving forward with this to say, we want to make sure you don't just compare us today to other agencies today, but that you actually go back and look at what we have done, when we have been successful, when we have not been successful, and learn from that in evaluating our governance, our pay, all of the things that are in the bill. So this is just my addition to that requirement to make sure that we are fairly considered by this accountability committee.
Thank you, Secretary Nicholson. Yes, Director Whitmore.
I love the idea. I just don't think it fits into this bill timeline in a way that will move it along, because I think we have a very short working time period on this. And so it gives me a little bit of concern, Mr. Secretary, as far as that goes, that it would work into the bill in a pace that would result in this accountability committee being done with their work in an expedient manner to where we can move on with a lot of bigger concerns that are ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Whitmore. Director Risha.
Thank you, sir. I tried to make a motion to divide the question. I think that would be easier because some of the amendments might conflate with what you have brought forth with the executive committee. That motion can be made at any time or almost any time, and it would be proper to do it now if there was a second. It's not debatable.
Yeah.
Did I not? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very tired. I make a motion to divide the question so that the three separate amendments recommended by the chair and the executive committee are considered in three parts.
So just to clarify, I might need some help with Yeah,
So-
Director
So
Kroll.
she can make the motion. It's fine. She needs a second. It's not debatable and it will require a simple majority to pass. And if that's the case, my recommendation would then to be just go back to the three main amendments or initial amendments and then we'll tackle Director
We're-
Nicholson.
So point of information, I hate to be this guy. We are on the amendment right now. So any motion to divide the question would be on the amendment, not on the main motion. So I can withdraw this amendment and we can take that vote and then we can come back to this. if
Why don't
that's
you withdraw
easier.
it? That'll
I
be the
withdraw the
easiest way.
amendment. and
Okay,
then we'll-
perfect. Always fun. Do I have a second for Director Risha?
Second.
Okay, Director O'Keefe is the second. So again, there is no discussion on on splitting the question, but then again, just for clarification, it is we're splitting up, we're taking a motion to separate it. And so now we're gonna do it to a vote. The main motion, we're asking to separate.
Point of information.
Yes.
We would be separating this into each of your amendments as a separate question, and then the what position we take would be another question, basically. So amendment, and then do we vote on the, because, yeah, so it's 4 questions, basically.
So it'd be,
Okay.
All 5 amendments and then the final question.
Well,
Correct.
my amendments are not part of the motion, so we'd just be separating his motion.
it'd be
So
4.
those 3, and then, yeah, the question.
Okay.
Right, after we, yeah,
So-
exactly.
Called question, please. Let's take a vote.
Yeah.
Okay. The question has been called then for the main motion. Do we have?
No. Just take a vote now
Okay,
on
sounds
the motion to divide the question.
All right,
Roll call.
Treasurer Banker. Okay. Treasurer Busick.
No.
Sorry, Director Busick, Director Catlin,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
No.
Director Guccianritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Harwick,
Yes.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director O'Keefe.
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Risha,
Yes.
and Director Whitmore.
No.
I am a yes, so it does pass 13-2 to split up the proposed amendments, 12-3. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
So I believe we would tackle the amendments first and then vote on what position we would take, would make sense, rather than voting on the position and then seeing if, would make sense to vote to.
Sure.
Just, yeah.
We'll vote on the amendments then.
The way it's structured is you have a position to amend with 3 positions. You're going to vote on those 3, then you would return to the main motion, which is to amend, and you would vote on that overall.
Okay. I'll run my amendments before we run the overall vote. Okay, cool.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll start with the first 3 then.
Yep. Cool.
Perfect.
Much better.
All right, now we're all clean. Everyone is getting a say. So the first, we'd like to divide the question. And the first amendment that we'd be voting on, pardon me, let me get ordered, would be the amendment. Oh, you have it. Perfect.
The ex officio.
Excellent. All right. The bill calls for the creation of an accountability committee comprised of a number of individuals, including 2 current board members, the RTD, who would be appointed to that committee by the board as ex officios. It is requested to amend the bill to indicate that the 2 current board members appointed to the accountability committee by the RTD board be voting members of the committee. Is there a motion for this?
Busick, so moved to approve.
Busick is the mover. Rusha is the second. Is there any discussion on this? Yes, Director Catlin.
I'm normally in favor of ex officio members on other boards, as we have enjoyed that privilege on several other boards. That being said, Roman numeral 3 and 4, I am not in favor of, which permits the ex officio members to have access to confidential information and permits ex officio members to participate in executive sessions. And I do not agree with those provisions. So just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Mr. Kroll, did you?
So
have
just to clarify, there's a bit of a duplication in how the word ex officio is being used here. It's being used in this context with respect to the two proposed RTD board members on the proposed accountability committee.
No, no, this is on the board of directors.
No, it's not.
No, that's number 3 listed
I'm
here.
sorry, I made a motion. I
Yeah.
apologize.
So,
yeah. Never mind.
Thank you for Director Catlin.
Just remember that comment for the third one when it comes
Thank
up, so
you.
I don't have to repeat myself.
Secretary Nicholson.
I call the question.
Okay, call the question. Director or Treasurer Banker.
Yes.
Director Busick.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yeah.
Director Guchenritter.
Yes.
Director Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yes.
Director O'Keefe.
Yes.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Rusha.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. It passes 15-0. So the First Amendment has passed.
Can I just chime in with the use of the question? You guys need to be careful with that. If discussion is exhausted, there's no need to call the question. Technically, when you call the question, you're asking to end debate. And so now you're kind of voting on the question as it stands, as opposed to voting to end debate. And you just want to make sure that everyone's clear about what's being voted on before you do that. No need to call the question if discussion has exhausted itself.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, Director
So a
Rusha.
point of order, when the question is called, it does have to be voted on. We don't just move to the vote. We have to vote to call the question. So we skip that step.
So-
I'm cool with.
Okay, are we good?
Can we take another vote then to?
Are we
vote
all
on the
good?
amendment?
Are we all good? Okay, sounds good. All right, we're gonna keep moving, guys. I'm sorry. We're at the 10 o'clock hour. We got to keep this going. So the Second Amendment, so there was, yes, it passes 15-0. So the Second Amendment being proposed would be the bill does not include any representation from past RTD board members. It is requested to amend the bill to include 2 additional voting members appointed by the current RTD board of directors to the accountability committee, such that the committee's total membership would include 15 voting members. In layman's terms, we're basically asking to add 2 former RTD directors to be voting members.
So moved.
So
Second.
You just take no votes.
Are there any discussion, Director Rusha?
I'd like to offer an amendment, sir. So I'd like to amend this motion to say that our position is that half of the voting members of the accountability committee will be RTD represented, whatever, our representation to equalize it, which is very common, I would add, in task forces. I could name several, but we're tired. So the whatever the composition of the voting composition of the accountability committee ends up being, our position is that half will be of RTD representation.
Is there a second on that amendment?
Just point of information. So the amendment is instead saying that 50% of the committee would be RTD.
Voting committee, yes, of the voting.
Voting members of the
Mhm.
committee would be RTD individuals.
Yes. It would be up to us how we appoint them.
Okay, is there a second on that? Okay.
Second.
There's, Director Harwick, okay. Okay, so we'll, any discussion on the amendment to this?
So this is to the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, sir. So the amendment, basically, what we'd be voting on based on Director Rusha, they're proposing amendment to say that the composition would be half voting members decided by the RTD Board of Directors.
If I may.
Yes,
add to
Director
yours?
Rusha.
Yes, so this is pretty common in task forces. I think this would also equalize the process, create more buy-in, and increase the odds that we do have collaboration and consensus going in. There is no harm in asking. And again, this would just be the board position of our ask, and I think it is fair. And I would be happy to follow up with whomever is interested of multiple task forces under the governor in which that was the division. I also point out, it works here also with our JLMSC.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. Any other further discussion on Director Ruscia's amendment? Yes, Director.
I have a question of clarification. So 50% has to be somehow associated with RTD? Is it a current board member, past board members? And how is that going to be decided? And if we decide who those 50% are?
So I think they would, thank you for that. Oh, sorry, is there, sorry. Thank you, Director Chandler. The intent of my proposal was that the board would appoint those. And I trust, given that we've already kind of started this conversation, we would be able to figure out amongst ourselves how that would, kind of be divvied. And this amendment, or Chair Bouquet's amendment in front of us, is only talking about the 15 voting members, not the ex officios that come third. Or sorry, does that make sense? Basically, the RTD board would appoint, and it would be up to us. I presume it would be a combination of current and former directors, maybe staff, but essentially we would have a proper seat at the table.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. Any further discussion? Yes.
So with deep respect for my colleague across the table, I see this as a bridge too far. I think we have to recognize what is the difference between a reasonable ask of the members of the legislature on this one and something that they will look at us and not take seriously. I believe that what Chair Bouquet is suggesting here is gettable. I think in a situation like this, I would rather run an amendment that I think they will accept than one that I think that they will pretty much overtly reject.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? If it's okay with everyone, I'm going to take it to a roll call vote. Again, this is an amendment to the original amendment. We're voting on Director Ruscia's amendment, which would say 50% of the voting members of the proposed accountability committee would be chosen by the RTD Board of Directors. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Director Banker?
No.
Director Busick?
No.
Director Catlin?
No.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Geisinger?
No.
Director Guchenritter?
No.
Director Guzman?
Sorry, yes.
Director Harwick?
Yes.
Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson?
No.
Director O'Keefe?
No.
Director Pagliari?
No.
Director Ruscia?
Yes.
Director Whitmore?
No.
And I'm a no. It will fail 3-12. Okay, so now we're back to the second amendment. And again, I'll say the language one more time. This was proposed by Director Geisinger and Chandler as the second one. The bill does not include any representation from past RTD board members. We're requesting that we're adding 2 voting members appointed by the current RTD Board of Directors to the Accountability Committee. Is there any discussion on this? Yes, Director Banker.
Very quickly, I'm going to vote no. My rationale is that past board members, well, I believe this legislation keeps coming forward or something like it over the past couple of years because the state legislature is sending us a message. Okay. And so consequently, I would like to see current board members be on the committee, not past, because we know what we're hopefully, we know where we're going. We know what our goals are going to be.
We just passed that.
Right.
There's
Right.
2 current board members that will be on it.
Correct. No, I understand that, but you're now talking about past board members. Right.
Adding additional.
Right.
So we would give ourselves 2 extra votes on the.
I understand.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Director Guzman.
Although I respect and understand what you just said, Director Banker, I am going to be very clear. I believe it would be wise to add and request the addition of 2 former directors, which we would choose with delicacy and appropriation of our body to go to them. Somebody who has led, that understands the fiscal reality of RTD for the long term. Somebody who has led and been a director, because what the legislature fails to understand every time we have this conversation, because nobody is there who has served on this board, is what the hell we do. They don't know what we as directors do. They think they know, they think they understand, but they're not anybody, to my knowledge, in the legislature right now that has sat in these seats and has done what we are expected to do. And the contentious nature of the message that they continue to try to send is totally unacceptable, because we are also equally elected to these positions. And so I think it's wise that we send some other people to speak to that, who have actually had the experience in the real world outside of the Gold Dome of doing the director's position in this form of government, which is neither municipal nor state. It's in the weird area of a special district. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Risha?
Thank you. I have a question for you, sir. A background question and context question, and then a comment. Do we know, do our represented employees unions, do they have a position on this bill? Have we spoken to them? Because they might have their own additions of, like, they might want a seat.
I haven't
But you
heard.
know?
I mean, they can, they ultimately can raise this, and we could, later on add amendments too. Tonight's not the final. We're taking a position to amend, but later on we could add.
So if I may, sir.
Yeah.
So my thought is, it is very hard to say we have amendments and then come back and say we have more amendments, especially when the bill has been put in front of us. We could look like we're not negotiating in good faith, so to speak. But I like this concept. I can't vote for it simply because I am willing to bet it's not going to end at 15 voting members, and this position specifies 15 voting members. What if the final committee ends up being 21 and we said we wanted 3? Does that make sense? So like if it were a percentage, even if it was less than 50, I would be comfortable, but I'm pretty sure that 15 is a moving target, and gets very messy if we come back later and say, just kidding, can we have 4 and not 2 or something like that?
I
That's where
appreciate
I'm-
it. Appreciate your logic. Secretary Nicholson?
Oh, no.
Okay. Director Busick?
Yeah, thanks. I like this, and I like the fact that we're using past board members, because it kind of gets at Director Nicholson's concept of they should know a little bit about the history of RTD. But let me tell you, the first accountability committee, we spent what, 7-8 months teaching them what RTD is and does, because they didn't know. I won't say. Okay. And that took a long time, right? And so if we're going to go back over the whole history of RTD and try to, and I think Director Whitmore is getting to that, but this gives, hopefully we can get some people that were around when that accountability committee was present, the first one, to say, wait a minute, you guys already did this. Why are we back on this again?
Sure. Well, and preferably, as I addressed during the executive committee, this would be, doesn't have to be, but former chairs also,
Yeah,
who would
I
have a good experience when it comes down to how the board operates.
I think
So,
that's a good idea.
Yep.
I'm supportive.
Sweet.
Thanks.
Any other further discussion on this minute? Okay, let's take a vote then, folks. Treasurer Banker.
I'll vote yes based on the persuasive discussion by Director Busick.
Thank you. All right, Director Busick.
I wish I could do that in court. Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Gucci-Ritter.
Yes.
Director Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yeah.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Director O'Keefe.
Yes.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Rusha.
Fine.
I'll take it as a yes. Director Whitmore.
Very fine, yes.
And it will pass 15-0. Okay, finally, I shouldn't say finally. Moving on to the third originally proposed amendment, which is the bill adds 2 ex officio members representing DRCOG and CDOT respectively to the RTD Board of Directors. The board opposes the addition of these ex officio members and requests that section of the bill be removed. Do I have a motion? Absolutely. Okay, Director Busick.
Second. I second it.
Oh, perfect. Catlin is the second. Discussion. Yes, Director Nicholson.
Yeah, so I actually really appreciated what Directors Banker and Catlin said about the notion that more individuals in the discussion is not necessarily bad, but that the inclusion of them in executive sessions and to give them access to SSI, especially when we have a fiduciary duty as elected officials, they don't, to the board, strikes me as a bridge well too far. So with that being said, what I would suggest, and I have the amendment ready, is that we change this just to say, we strike the provisions, and it's page 20 in the bill, sections 3 and 4. It's page 135 in your packet. That says the ex officio directors must be provided the same board materials as provided to every member of the board, including information that may be deemed confidential. And then the second one is the ex officio directors may participate in closed sessions, rules, regulations, policies, not limited to, it's, the whole thing about we must include them in everything. So I would recommend that we strike both of those sections and say, that is my amendment is to replace this with the instruction to strike sections 3 and 4 on page 20 of the legislation that require these ex officio members to be given special access to our executive sessions and to be given, SSI, secure information and that kind of thing.
I'll second that, and it's Roman numerals 3 and 4.
Sorry.
Okay,
yes.
so yes, Director Arusha.
Yeah, we don't have our government relations team here. Is that correct? No. Oh. Okay, thank you. So I have a question. Do we know DRCOG's position on this? Do they want to be ex officios? Does anybody, I feel like that was mentioned in a meeting recently, but I don't want to misstate something if it wasn't official.
Yeah, they're still.
The only reason I want it, so I feel like we should just.
I don't, may I?
Yeah, Director.
Thank you. I
Guzman.
don't want to speak out of turn, but DRCOG has a specific definition as an MPO and what they are supposed to do. There was a robust conversation, I believe. Sorry, let me look up my calendar. I can give you a date. The last DRCOG board meeting should have been Wednesday, 19th February. And there was a robust conversation that was in support of RTD, but also questioning why they would be asked to be ex officio members when they are mandated to be the convening body for all government in the region. And so by putting them on a board as an ex officio member, and I don't want to misstate anything, so please don't quote me because I'm paraphrasing. There's a conversation there that explains that better than I can. I'll say it that way. So I would refer to those documents. Yeah.
Director Busick.
And I just want clarification, Director Nicholson, your proposal is to keep the ex officio members, but limit their access to certain information.
Exactly. They would have the same access as the public would basically, but they'd be able to sit in the meetings and participate and everything like that.
Okay,
So-
thanks.
Director Geisinger.
I've kind of come around to liking the idea of just saying we don't want the ex officio members, but that is my reason, is because they don't have a fiduciary duty. The CDOT person's duty is to CDOT, and so I guess I would prefer to say no ex officio members and maybe instruct our legislative team that, a backup position is to take out the access to confidential information in executive session.
Director Whitmore.
So I think my stance in this regard is yes to Director Nicholson's amendment, but no on the main motion as amended if it passes. Because it weakens the ex officio role in case this board decides to leave the ex officio recommendation in. See what I'm saying?
No.
No.
I get it.
I'm sorry. I'm going to take chair's privileges right here. I'm just going to be frank. The 1980s voters decided for this to be an elected board of 15. What this would be saying, how this bill states, would be adding 2 ex officio directors. I just want to put that as a clarification. Director Rusha.
I feel like I just got yelled at by the principal before I opened my mouth. I was that kid. I forgot what I was gonna say. I think I lost where, are we just having a, I don't know if we have like different amendments that are competing or we're just discussing options.
Yeah,
So
so
I'm gonna
right,
ask for clarification.
right
on
now,
what's before us.
right now, we're discussing Secretary Nicholson's amendment to Amendment 3.
Okay, thank you. So I'm of the position that we just go with the executive committee's recommendation and from a different basis that you're coming from, just on the basis that there will be other organizations that will want to lobby, you know, their position on the committee ex officio or not, and we can let them speak for themselves.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Rusha.
Wanna-
I appreciate that. Director Guzman.
Quickly, what you said, 1980 vote, people spoke, they have not spoken differently since. Adding 2 directors is a way of appointment. That is a problem because we are not an appointed board. We should be elected. Direct election also allows for recall. And that was why we became an elected board. That was the impetus for the 1980 vote. Number 2, ex officios do not have the right to vote. If you do not have the right to vote, you do not have the right to executive information and privilege. That's displayed in parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, and it is the pro forma for most bodies of legislation or secret society or special society, as Robert's rules talks about it. So this doesn't make any sense at all. And I would posit, my hypothesis is that this board, as the form of government for this region and this agency, probably has the authority already to add an ex officio member if we so chose, if we were requested to do so under our own authority in our elected positions. We just have not exercised that authority because there has not to this point been a need to. Also, one last thing, adding 2 more members to this body goes against everything that was argued last year when I was the last director in the room when this got laid over on the last day of the session, after we fought all year long to have all of your seats, all of these seats remain elected and continue on. And so if the board was too big last year, why would you then be coming back to us and asking to add 2 more people to the board when you fought so hard to reduce it in more than half? It doesn't make any sense. So I can't score that math. I would
Thank you,
think
Director.
removing that section is best.
Director Catlin, bring us home.
I'm gonna withdraw my second on that. I've been persuaded there's no need, I'm not gonna fall on my sword over this. I just saw some benefit of ex officio members participating in other boards. So I'm withdrawing my second.
Director Nicholson.
Out of respect for Director Catlin, I withdraw my motion.
Excellent. So now we're going to be voting on Amendment 3. As the original drafted. As submitted, the bill adds 2 ex officio members representing Dr. Cog and CDOT respectively to the RTD Board of Directors. The board opposes the addition of these ex officio members and requests that that section of the bill be removed. Are there any no votes? Seeing none, that passes 15-0. Excellent. Yes, Director Guzman.
I would like us, I would propose this amendment to what we are talking about and the main motion, which is that I am really frustrated with the write-in section of this as a candidate. There are, to my knowledge, 4 write-in candidates that are serving on the board currently who have fought for your seats, remember that, to stay here long and hard, and we have served with dignity and respect, but it is a slap in the face to those of us that were elected to the board by that process, which is a fair and legal process in the state of Colorado. And we are not supposed to have special rules for special reasons in Colorado. I don't know exactly what that rule is called. Director Rusha can probably speak to it better than I can because I'm not working towards a JD, but this rule would probably conflict with regular election law. And again, leads to the road of appointment, which we have opposed as a body since 1980. I want to be very clear on that. Anything that has to get us to appointment outside of irregular director self-removal, it should be opposed, in my opinion. And so I would make an amendment to these amendments that we oppose anything about writing candidacy being changed. Yes, a 4th amendment.
Could you, is there a second?
Yeah, I second that.
Director Ruscia.
Seventh.
So the fourth. and-
16th.
So could you, I think, Mr. Kroll is writing it up right now.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, yeah, second.
I believe that we had said that we would come back to the amendments that had been submitted before we went to amendments from the floor. I am more than happy to hear.
He had the floor, so.
He had the floor.
The motion's been made and, you know, you'll get to the.
We'll get
those-
to it.
Works for me.
We'll get to it, Secretary.
I have a question.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. Are you, Director Guzman, do you have the language?
Yeah, sorry, I would amend this to strike the words at 32-9-11.
What page is that?
That is page 22 of the bill.
Thank you.
Submitted to us. Election of directors, dates, terms. The section that would need to be struck is at the end of line 1, a candidate for elected director is not eligible for election as a write-in candidate. Page 137 in the packet.
May just to note that I believe, but I don't have this up to Control F, that the write-ins, that they might also be referenced elsewhere in the bill. Yes. Okay, and so I would just, yeah, and all references, not just this section. And then, because I'm feeling cheeky, because it's way past my bedtime, it was Article 2, Section 25 of the Colorado Constitution.
Okay, thank you very much. So, folks, we're at 10:18 PM. I'm glad we're having this conversation because, again, this is us coming to a fairly unanimous consent. We're at 15-0 with the first three. Could we try to limit our comments to less than a minute? I would recommend. Yes, Director Chandler.
I just have a question. There are many things I don't like. And so I would caution us all to continue to amend, because I could come up with 10 things I don't like about this. So I would suggest we, limit the number of amendments because we can come back in the future. So otherwise we will be here till
Suggestion.
midnight.
Great suggestion. Are we good with taking a vote on the right, or Secretary Nicholson?
Yeah, so I'm gonna out myself on this one. I am Spartacus. I saw the original draft of this bill that did not have this language in it when it first came out, and I emailed Faith and said, please God, get rid of write-in candidates. And the second draft of the bill got rid of write-in candidates. I don't know if it was just me that did that, but I strongly believe that the process that we have that requires you to get signatures is a reasonable process that people can follow. Most of the people on this board did follow that process either the first time, maybe not the first time they ran, but every time after that. And for the, what'd you say? Or reverse, yes. And we went through, the reason why it was particularly difficult in 2020 and 2022 is because we were in the middle of a pandemic and it was impossible to get signatures. And
Thank you,
plenty-
Secretary Nicholson. Thank you. We're gonna keep this going, guys. Let's put it to a vote for the Fourth Amendment, which is a request to strike all references to the provisions limiting the write-in election process for RTD directors. Director Banker.
Yes.
Director Busick.
Yep.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
No.
Director Guccianader.
Yes.
Director Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson.
No.
Director Nicholson.
No.
Director O'Keefe.
Yes.
Director Pagliari.
No.
Director Ruscia.
Yep.
Director Whitmore.
No.
I'm a yes, so it will pass 10-5. Moving on, we're going to go down into Secretary Nicholson. He has 2 proposed amendments.
Thank you. So back to,
You're recognized, sir.
thank you. But you wanted me to stop talking. So I humbly move that to amend the motion to add the request amendment displayed on the screen, expands the mandate of the Accountability Commission to include historical review of RTD's governance, performance, and major decisions over its 45-year history with an elected board, with respect to the amount of time that the commission has to do all of its work. I am adding that last sentence to it. To address Director Whitmore's concern that we do not overburden this group of people by asking too much of them. So I would respectfully say that, this will make the committee better. It will make the product that they put out better and have a better understanding of what it is that we do and why we do it in our history. So.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Director Chandler.
Sorry, a clarification. So the amendment you have is, if I'm looking at this right, is this one right here, right? And it says the commission's final reporting deadline is extended to 2027. So you're striking
Cut
that.
that, yeah.
It's strike.
Okay, so say again, what are you saying now?
The screen.
Oh,
It's
I'm
on the
sorry.
screen.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
There was, so expand the mandate, include a historical review, major policy decisions over its 45-year history. I forget exactly the words I used, but it's something to the effect of, what'd you say?
That's not the
Yeah.
right history number.
It's 45 years of the elected board. So yeah, 45-year history of the elected board. This is what I sent you. Respecting the time limits on the commission's work. There we go. While respecting the time limit on the commission's work.
Perfect. Any discussion on this amendment?
I have a question.
Director Chandler.
Sorry, because of the extension of time, it will also extend the fiscal note. So they have,
I took that out.
well, how do you have a committee extending time without a fiscal impact?
It's not, I took out the extended date. It's not in the language.
So whatever you determine is respecting the limits of the time.
Basically,
limits of
they
the
have
committee's
time
work?
limits in the legislation that says it has to be done by January.
Right.
So this is saying respecting that they have a certain amount of time to do their work.
I see. So you're reverting back to the original time limit. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, was there a second? It was Director Banker. Thank you. Okay, are we good with taking this, Director Geisinger? Yeah.
Just quickly, I don't think we need to amend it to, I agree with you, but I don't think it's that restrictive. I think they're going to look back at all the things they want to. I just don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
We sat with the previous accountability committee and they do not feel constrained by.
You have.
Thank you, Director Geisinger. Director Rusha?
I was gonna say, I concur with Director Geisinger and Director Whitmore.
Thank you very much. Let's put it to a vote, folks. If you're good with that. Treasurer Banker? Director Busick?
No.
Director Catlin?
No.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Geisinger?
No.
Director Guchenritter?
No.
Director Guzman?
No.
Director Harwick?
No.
Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson?
Yes.
Director O'Keefe?
No.
Director Pagliari?
Yes.
Director Risha?
No.
Director Whitmore?
No.
I'm also no. It will fail.
It's.
I got 12-3. Thank you.
Sometimes you have to.
3-12. Perfect. All right, now moving on. Sorry, folks. We're now on to Director Nicholson's the second amendment you're proposing.
Oh, Jesus. Hey,
The requested amendment adjust the compensation structure of the Regional Transportation District Board Directors, reflective responsibilities and time commitments required for governance. It establishes board member salaries at 20% and the board chair salary at 40% of a Colorado District Court judge's annual salary. Ooh, sounds nice for me. Director Banker, you were the second on this? Oh, sorry. Who's the motion? Nicholson?
Yeah, move.
And then Pagliari. Thank you. Is the second. Discussion on this.
A question
Yes.
for the.
Director
mover.
Risha.
So does this mean that you are also requesting that the accountability committee not consider compensation for directors?
No, they're
Since-
allowed to consider it. Just this changes it in the legislation. So if they want to,
So we
Study it
consider it
further.
for them and then they could reconsider it later. I'm just
This-
making sure that was your intent.
yeah, I didn't put it in the amendment, but they're, they're welcome to look at it if they want to.
Director Geisinger?
Yeah, I think that the accountability committee is going to look at the whole structure. They may not have 15 board members still. I just think this is sort of jumping the gun. I would just let them do their work and make our arguments there. It's a big change. Are we paying that? We haven't considered the financial effects and all of that. So.
Okay. Director O'Keefe?
I agree with everything Director Geisinger just said. The other thing I'd ask that everyone consider in this, look, this is a great idea. I think it is limiting to the number of directors that we get. I think, and I think it's something that, well, it came up in the Transit Tuesday calls, and I think it's something that at an appropriate time, the legislature will address. I don't think it is appropriate given the likely fiscal austerity that we're going to get forced to deal with. And in the context of having an open CBA with compensation being considered. So I'd ask that this be rejected at this time.
Thank you, Director O'Keefe. Director Busick?
Thanks. I just wanted to say I concur with Director Geisinger's comments on this matter, and I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Okay. Are we happy to take it to a vote? Let's do it then, folks.
Sorry.
Let's keep it going.
I'd like to withdraw the
Secretary.
motion.
Okay, sounds good. Motion has been withdrawn. Are you okay with that, Director Pagalari? Good. And we will not vote. Okay, so this is where we're at. Sorry, folks. We have one more thing to vote on. So currently how it stands, there's 4 amendments that we're proposing to take a position on when it comes to SB 25-161. The question was split. We now have to vote. Do we want to take an amend position after we just passed these 4 amendments? Yes, Director Risha.
Clarification, are you asking, do we want to vote to amend or, I mean, I guess because we have 4 options, is it just procedurally, I don't know how this works.
So
Because we have four options, sorry. Amend, oppose, support, monitor. Those are the 4 options that we can legally take.
Sure.
I don't know. how- I
We
don't know what
did just spend an hour or 2 discussing amendments, Jack. Yeah.
So you can return now to the main motion here, which is to amend with these positions.
Well, we have the main motion.
As amended. Excellent. Are there any no votes on this? Seeing none, the motion will pass as amended, 15-0. Director Busick, and our position is to amend. So
Very good. It's done.
we're good? Okay. Yes, Director
Cole,
Busick.
are you able to pull up the draft bill on the screen or not?
Yeah, I can get there.
Because I brought this up once before and I think it's a big deal, but it's page 19, legislative declaration. Effective January 1, 1983, the governing body of the district shall be a board of directors consisting of 15 voting members. They want to change it to the governing body of the district is a board of directors. So tomorrow it could be a board of directors of 10 members or 12 or 2. When it's shall, it's got to be 15. So people that are committed to the 15 members, this is changing that. And this is telegraphing their position for next year when they come back in and say, yeah, let's just cut this down. No, I'm good. I just want to call that to people's attention because it
Director
seems
Guzman.
like
There is that also, sorry, but the safety clause at the end in section 10 is also problematic, and it puts any referendum going back to the people out of reach because it completely removes that from the people who pay the taxes for this government. And so I think there's more that we need to do, and this is not the end of this discussion. This is a good beginning.
Yes, I think this is the beginning of the discussion, folks. I'm proud that we as a board were able to get this passed, take a position to amend. We took a position to amend. We passed that 15-0, and we're taking the 4 amendments that we just voted upon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I did at the very beginning of this discussion say I had questions for the GM CEO and punted and took a good, stood back from that so that you could handle all of the other stuff and was never given the opportunity to ask questions about the bill and the process forward. So I'd appreciate the opportunity that I stood back from for an hour or so that you could handle the stuff you wanted to.
Director Risha, hold on.
I tried to vote no, and I had my microphone off. So could you record me as a no, please?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sir. That-
Questions for
The
let's make it
GMCO
quick.
about the bill. Thank you. One specifically, GMCO Johnson. I think I sent you this over email as a heads up, but has the agency communicated to the legislature through our government affairs team any requests for changes to the bill that have not been brought forward to the board?
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Nicholson, as I indicated, the executive committee that was held this past Thursday, I made it clear that I was awaiting direction from the board relative to a position in which this governing body would take. Hence, I have not communicated with anybody relative to any issues. What I did broach during the course of my brief presentation last Thursday, that there were some concerns relative to understanding some elements of the draft legislation. But until such time this board took action, I have not, nor has any member of my team conferred with anyone in the legislature pertaining to any type of amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Geisinger.
Sorry. I think there are problems, as I raised before, with the LIVE program potentially and possibly the EcoPass and, requiring that RTD take over to the maximum extent possible, the administrative. But I feel like that's something that gets into operations. I don't know if you want to come back with those, Deborah or Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Director Geisinger. At the executive committee, I did call out those two elements because there's a myriad of different factors relative to, say, for instance, the LIFT program, as we have an intergovernmental agreement with Department of Human Services. There is a lot of variables. What I indicated was that I'd like to understand from the drafter's perspective for which they're trying to solve relative to where we are. And we have seen an uptick in usage with the LIFT program. And as we talk about EcoPass, we did a fair study and equity analysis that addressed a myriad of different issues. So I don't know what I don't know.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Yes, Director Chandler.
I think the point made is that we will still have additional amendments. So we could, again, be here till 1 o'clock in the morning talking about this because there's a lot in here. So I would highly recommend everyone take a fine tooth comb and we continue to work through our additional committees on the appropriateness of what amendments should come forward on this bill.
Thank you. Dr. Risha.
Sir, so the first hearing is on March 5th. You're our chair, you can call a committee, like, are we going to convene again before this? Because I think, as noted, we're not done and there are some other pieces we need to get to.
We probably will not meet before that. We're going to move forward with a position to amend based on the 4 amendments that we just had the hour-and-a-half discussion on, and then.
Okay,
Yes.
so if people have, sorry, I interrupted.
Dr. Risha.
So if individual directors have concerns about the bill that weren't addressed tonight, then we just
You can
individually.
testify as an individual. But this board has taken a stance to amend. Director O'Keefe.
Mr. Chairman, out of respect for the staff and the sanity of the board, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved from Whitmore.
Point of
And we
order.
don't need a second.
We still have one item under discussion.
Yes, Mr. Kroll.
So now that you've exhausted Senate Bill 25-161 board position, you've elapsed your 4 hours and you would need to vote to continue the meeting. You have a motion on the floor to adjourn. My recommendation is to see if there's any opposition to adjourning. And then you take a roll call vote if there is, and you can adjourn.
Point of order, the chair has the privilege of adjourning at any time. Thank you.
Excellent. I say we adjourn then. We're done. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
You're gonna have people, I thought the meeting was tomorrow, talking to Director Russo.
Oh, wow.